sponsor hour. This hour or 55 minutes is all about our sponsors. We could not have done it without our sponsors. And so this hour is about showcasing them and all of the awesome things they. Okay, no worries. All the things that they do on behalf of the recovery community. So I am not going to belabor this. I am going to turn it over to our first sponsor. We literally could not have done this without this
Jody,
guy.
can you guys hear?
We can all hear you and you sound fabulous. We need you to mute. So I'm going to turn it over to the one and only Mr. Richard Buckman.
He's going to provide money to help get schools reopen. You heard him just talking there about how it's time to get schools reopened safely. It's time to get them reopened.
Hi, good morning, everybody. I think you can hear me now. Thank you to all of you who got up early. I see there's almost 100 people in here so far. Looks like we're going to have over 500 people join us today. So I have some comments to do later on, so I don't want to be repetitious either. For our purposes this morning, we just want to welcome you to the 12th annual Stand Up for Recovery Day, which we started back in 2009. So if you do the math, it should be 13, but a little behind the scenes information for you. There was 1 year that we ended up having a heated discussion and tabled the event for that particular year because our reconnaissance showed us that the number of folks who were going to show up in Albany that day would have been minuscule, and we didn't want to suffer a setback in our movement. So we thought it was a wise decision to not do it that year. I think it ended up paying off pretty well for our community. So there was some discussion and opposing viewpoints, but that's what we decided to do, and I think it was the right decision. So we're thrilled to be a sponsor of advocacy. I keep calling it Advocacy Day because that's what it was when we started it a long time ago, and more about that later. But Stand Up for Recovery Day, we can't accomplish any of the things that we've been able to accomplish without your help and your voices and your presence. I believe there are several Lyra board members on here with us. So I'm going to ask Suzanne, are you here? We have a little video that Suzanne, one of our board members, put together in acknowledgement of our 20th anniversary last year that we're going to show this morning, and hopefully it'll inspire some folks. You'll see a little bit of some of what we've done from Long Island over the years. Suzanne, are you here? Can I just get you to do a couple of comments about the video before Jeff does that for us? If you're not here.
I am scrolling through. Jeff, do you see Suzanne on your end?
If she's not here, we'll
I
just
do not.
If she's not here, Angelia, Jeff, if she's not here, why don't we just show the video? And I do see some other board members here. We could let them comment afterwards as well.
Okay, we will roll the video.
Thank you. Let's have a great day, everybody.
Thank you, Richard. Amazing. Richard, you're still on.
Hey, all right. So thank you guys. I don't know if Suzanne's here yet, but thank you, Jeff, and the team behind the scenes up there for doing such a great job with this. Just a little something that we put together to commemorate our 20 years of being at this, or 21 now. So I'd like to invite any of our board members who are here this morning to please identify and unmute yourself and say a couple of comments, say hello, say good morning. Don't make me have to start calling you out now.
Hey, good morning, Rich. This is Stacy. And excuse my attire, everyone. I'm in Austin, so it's an hour earlier here in Texas this morning. Super glad, Rich, what a beautiful video. And I'm so glad that you've allowed me to continue to be part of LIRA, even though I'm no longer in New York, at least for the short term. And I think what I'd say is that, you know, the recovery movement is everywhere. And I've been able to connect with the recovery movement down here in Texas, which is just, it's awesome. It's not as good as LIRA. Don't tell anybody in Texas that I said that. But, you know, we're everywhere. And I'm just so proud of the work that we've done over the last year, especially during COVID, to be able to stay in touch with people. I think the virtual event that we did, the Rock and Recovery virtual event, was incredible. You know, and we're just finding ways to stay connected. And I'm so proud to be part of this organization.
Thank you, Stacy. It's good to see you here. Who else? Other LIRA board people here? All right, so why don't we do this? I see that Casey is here. Casey's one of our great young advocates who's also doing her social work internship with LIRA this year. I hate to put you on the spot, Casey, but she's been a huge part of organizing and putting together the legislative meetings for us. And Casey, come say hello to our folks here for a minute.
Hi, everyone. I'm Casey. What do you want me to say, Rich?
Say hi. Say hi. Tell them a little bit about what you're doing. How excited you are to be here today.
I'm very excited to be here. We set up a bunch of appointments with all of our 9 senators on Long Island. It was a lot of fun to coordinate with everyone and all their schedules. But yeah, we're excited to stand up for recoveries today.
Thank you, Kate. Great job. Thank you. We couldn't have did this without you for sure.
I see Suzanne is here, if Suzanne wants to say something.
Allison found her.
Suzanne, we already showed your masterpiece video, but please jump on, say hello, say a few words.
Oh, there she is. I see her.
Hi,
There you are.
how'd it go? The video came out okay?
It was great. Yeah. We'll play it again later for you. I just wanted to acknowledge you and all the work on the video and all your help with working with Casey to put together our legislative appointments and all of that stuff. And we're inviting the board members who are here to say a few words. So it's your turn.
And 4 weeks later, you open your eyes.
Yeah, I mean, it's been always do this work. It's not really work, it's a lifestyle to help others. I'm looking forward to the appointments today and having other people have a chance to advocate. Sorry, I wasn't prepared for this, and it's kind of early for me. But you know, I'm just happy to be part of this community. Being able to speak a few years ago, that was an amazing experience. So I want to really thank you for all the work you've done. And Rich gives credit to everyone else, but he's the backbone and he supervises and he's in there 24 hours a day doing the work. So thank you, Rich. Thank you, everybody.
You're welcome, and thank you very much, Suzanne. Any other LIRA board members here? We don't want to bore everybody, but we know it's early
Hi,
in the morning.
everybody.
Hey, hi, Deb.
Good
Debbie's here.
morning. Oh, I get so emotional. Thank you so much, Suzanne, for that beautiful video. I've been a board member for a long time. I'm a person in long-term recovery, and I'm just so proud of so many dedicated people in our LIRA and all the things we do and the challenges we've met. I'm just so proud to be a part of LIRA. And thank you, Rich and Ed, and just everybody. We're amazing. We're an amazing group of people, dedicated. We've laughed together. We've cried together. We've been cold on a bus to Albany, but we keep coming back no matter what. So thank you all. Love you. Bennett, everybody who's here, Suzanne, Rich, I can't see everybody, but good morning and welcome to a wonderful Stand Up for Recovery Day. And I'm so proud to be a board member. Thank you.
Thank you, Rev Deb. That's our friend Rev Deb, everybody. Give him a blessing with your hand there, Deb. Give him a blessing. There you
Blessings to everyone. What an amazing, wonderful, spirit-filled day. We are all so blessed to be a part of this. God's got us no matter what.
go. All right. So my screen's telling me I've been signed out because I'm currently signed in on another device. Well, I hope I'm still here. I don't know.
You're still here, Rich.
Oh,
We
alrighty.
can't get rid of you that quick.
All right. That's cool.
Yeah, I'm already on a Zoom.
Debbie mentioned Bennett. Bennett, are you here? If you're here, please unmute and say hello. Say a couple of words, Bennett. Is he here, Allison?
I don't see Bennett.
Oh,
He's
all
my
right.
buddy. I wish he was here.
Yeah. So anyway, Bennett is another one of our board members. He was also a social work intern with LIRA, did a lot of good stuff, testified at the joint budget legislative hearing with Allison and some other folks a couple of years ago. And now he's part of the recovery movement in Orange County. Our loss is your gain, but we still have him on our board. All right. Anybody else? Any of our LIRA volunteers want to step in and say hello? I see a few you got on here too. Denise, Michelle, Lisa, anybody feel free. Just jump in and say hi.
I'm Denise. I am a volunteer and part of the LIRA family for some time now, a few years. I've had the beautiful opportunity to be a part of the creation and the continuing of the One Recovery meeting, very important here on Long Island. And also I've been to Albany now. I think this is three. This is three. But I was one, Debbie, she had the Coles bus and I had the bus that broke down. So it's been such an honor. And when we meet with the senators, they've always been so respectful and listening to us and caring about recovery and what's happening. So I just looking for a wonderful day, and I'm so glad to see so many of my the LIRA New York friends here, and Allison, everyone. I miss you guys. So it's so nice to see you, and thank you for a great day.
Hey, Rich, Susan's here. Ferraro.
Hi, Sue. Did you have your coffee yet? Jump on and say hello. Sue Ferraro, where are you?
Good morning.
Hi.
Right here.
There it is.
A large cup. I need another one.
I hear you.
Good morning, everybody. Very different kind of advocacy day. It's nice to see that we have right now 118 participants on here. That's fabulous. I'm just looking to see who's here. Hi, Denise. I see Denise talking when I got on. Wait, hold on. My view got changed by somebody. The gallery is better. I can see. Oh, hi, Michelle. Michelle just had a birthday last week. Hi, Stacy. I heard your voice before. This is great. Are we all excited? How are we going to make a lot of noise? Hi, Suzanne. She's waving with her coffee. Oh, there's Gerald. Good morning.
Hey, good morning. Good morning. How are you?
I'm well.
I'm excited to be here.
Oh, I'm good. I'm looking forward to hearing you later. Is Xavier on here from way upstate? Not yet. Oh, there's Willie. Hi, Willie. Nice to see your face.
Hello, how are you?
I'm fabulous. How are you?
All right.
Having my tea because I don't drink coffee.
How's everybody doing?
All right.
What's up, Willie?
Hey, I see my buddy
Hey,
Roy.
Roy's
What's
here,
good,
too.
Roy?
Hey.
Hey, somebody corral this unruly mob here, would you?
Right. Good morning, guys. You know, that's what this is about, though. It's about, we're in a big room. We would be, you know, hugging, which the CDC would probably totally cringe at us now. But we would all be together in a big room. So it's okay. It is okay that we are shouting each other out. But we want to move on to our next sponsor. Thank you so much, Rich and the Long Island family. Everybody, why don't you unmute for a second and give a rousing applause for Rich and Lyra.
Hey, Rich.
Lyra.
Hey, Lyra.
20 years, 20 some years in the game, okay? And that is a rep that you must acknowledge. So we would be remiss if we didn't. So we stand on the shoulders of great folks, and that's what the day is about. It's going to be about highlighting all of the folks that help, you know, to get us where we are, because we would not be where we are without the folks who were in the trenches. We're meeting those long hours. We're ensuring that we have this space and our face in this place today. So we will definitely be acknowledging our humble beginnings all day. Now I want to turn it over to our other sponsor, our other top sponsor out of Long Island again. What's up with Long Island? Yeah, it's trying to just outshine the rest of the state. So next year we got to ramp it up for other parts of the state. Long Island Center for Recovery. I want to turn it over to Anise, our other sponsor. Anise?
Hi, thank you so much. Am I okay? Can you hear me okay? Good. Awesome. All right. Thank you so much for having us this year. So I'm Anissa from Long Island Center for Recovery, and I love the activity in the chat box this morning. You know, I know it's weird doing this virtual, and it's so cool to see everyone like jumping in and making comments. So keep it up all day. We love to see that. We're really happy to be a part of this event. And I just want to say it's a great event. You know, we're looking forward to it. It's nice to see so many people are signed in. So good networking and, you know, great stuff in store for the day. So thank you. First of all, to Stand Up for Recovery, just for making this happen. And I don't want to speak too much because the video that we put together, I'm a sucker for education. So I feel that education is so important. And it's a lot of what I do in my role. So the video that we made is a little bit educational. So you'll learn about our program, which is important. I don't want to repeat myself now and then you hear it again. So, you know, we believe that addiction is not the problem. It's like an effect from other things that lead people to it, right? So it's in our program, we focus on different factors that cause people to use, right? So we really do try to focus on like identity and spirituality and stress reduction and things like that. So I'm going to tell you guys about that in the video, but really it's, you know, you're going to learn who we are, what we do, why we do what we do, how we do it, and hopefully just use this as a resource if you need to reach out. You know, my passion behind this is maybe somebody will hear us speaking who needs the help or knows somebody that needs the help, and we can be there for you. And, you know, we know that we're in the business of saving lives, right? So it's really important. It's a huge cause, and everyone, I'm preaching to the choir here, everyone on the line today, I know believes that and feels that way. So it's nice to connect to everybody in this way. And thank you so much for tuning in and for listening to us. So if you don't mind queuing up the video, and then after that, I'll be available for questions. And Jim Amend is also on the line today. So he'll, I know he's not like, you can't see his face, he's not on the Zoom, but he's in the chat box. So if you ask questions, I'll either be able to answer them and or Jim will be able to answer them as well. So thank you guys, appreciate it.
Up your video.
Awesome.
So while we're doing that, I just want to keep things moving and let folks know that this morning's session was all about our sponsors and being able to network, and we're on Zoom. But we're excited that we're going to be switching to StreamYard platform. Oh, here we are. All right, so this is where I get the hook. I'm off. I'm back.
Hello, my name is Anissa Leonardo from Long Island Center for Recovery, LICR. First, I just want to thank you for having us as part of your Stand Up for Recovery Day this year. And we do know it's been a tough year on everyone. And going into treatment is already a really difficult decision for people. This past year in particular, because of COVID, we've seen a lot of people who are in need that are even more hesitant to seek services. They have been struggling to find outpatient options, struggling to find support groups in their communities, a lot of people isolating, self-medicating. We've seen a lot of people struggling with symptoms related to their mental health, triggers related to their substance or alcohol use, fears related to the pandemic in general, and sadness related to losses that they've experienced, us included. So needless to say, you know, the pandemic has affected us all, and we do recognize that. And, you know, we want to deliver this message to you today about our treatment program, and we do that with humility, understanding that everyone has been through a lot, but that we are there for you in the community, and I want to tell you a bit about what our program offers. So we are a 28-day rehab and medically supervised detox. We're located in Hampton Bays in New York, and we accept referrals from the tri-state area. We have done everything that we can to make admission and treatment safe and accessible for people right now. We have made adjustments to our facility to accommodate these safety measures, and we're really committed to keeping our program top-notch to set our clients up for the best possible outcomes. Our program is holistic, progressive, and trauma-based, but I'm going to tell you a bit more about that later. First, I want to just touch on why we do what we do. So what are some of the trends that you see related to things like addiction, trauma, and mental health? Substances and alcohol for a variety of reasons. It touches every age group, demographic, gender, and so on. Some start by using recreationally and then it gets out of hand, spirals, and people become addicted. Some self-medicate, physical or emotional pain, trauma, mental health, depression, anxiety. Some begin to use after retirement due to idle time, boredom. Some people use in order to feel a sense of escape, whether it's an escape from internal or external stress or pressure. And some use due to work-related stress, or begin using actually due to a culture of substance use they're introduced to, sometimes even on the job or in their community. So addiction affects everybody differently. What that does, it can leave people feeling empty, alone, distraught, physically ill, worse than they were before. It leaves people often hiding their habits from loved ones, isolating, withdrawing, and ultimately feeling things like shame, regret, and hopelessness. Addiction is no small thing. We treat it very seriously. We're aware that people out there are losing their lives due to this. And with that in mind, our services aim to not only teach relapse prevention skills, but ultimately to help people build better lives overall, which includes their health, their nutrition, wellness, physical health, family needs, social needs, giving people a sense of purpose, a sense of meaning, reconnection with their spirituality, sober hobbies that they enjoy, and just enjoyment of life in general. So the question is, how do you treat something that affects people so deeply but in such different ways? I'm going to tell you a little bit about how we do that at LICR. So we offer traditional therapies like CBT, DBT, and relapse prevention, which really help people to restore and reroute some of the thought and behavior patterns that were not working for them. We also offer a trauma therapy known as rapid resolution therapy, which helps people to process past traumas that sometimes come from their childhood, sometimes from family, from their job, or from their lifestyle. We offer different types of expressive therapy, specifically art and music. And this really helps people to explore just different avenues of understanding, figuring out who they are, what they need, and set future goals. So expressive therapies also help spark a sense of creativity, which often can get lost during addiction. People lose touch with habits that made them happy, things like singing, dancing, cooking, playing with their kids, hiking, exercise. So when they start expressing themselves and exploring these creative avenues while in treatment, which starts right on day one, they start to reconnect and kind of remember a sense of who they were before they started using. There are certain spiritually based services that we offer. We do a fire pit ceremony every month. We have Tibetan singing bowls. These services really help people to connect with something greater than themselves and ultimately a sense of healing. Lastly, we offer different types of now, right? And yoga, and we have a biosound serenity bed. So much of what addiction does to people is physical and biological. So it's impossible to just stop using and immediately feel great. Some of these services really help to reconnect the mind and body and build back some of those connections neurologically, physically, emotionally, and just help people start to feel better. Okay, so one more aspect of our program at Long Island Center for Recovery that I would like to highlight for you today is the specialty groups that we offer. We have 5 of them. One is a military program known as the MACO group. We also have a union-specific group, a GA group, a women's group, and an LGBTQ plus group. My closing thought to leave you with today is that we at Long Island Center for Recovery are here for you. We're truly proud of the work that we do and the services that we're able to offer to those in need. As I mentioned earlier, there are just so many disconnections and reasons to feel stress in the world that we live in today. It gives us in the treatment community all the more reason to make ourselves available and to make sure people know that help is out there and it can be comfortable, humanistic, and sensitive to your needs. We strive to be present and available to our community, and we do strive to keep our services interesting, to keep our clients engaged, to keep them working towards recovery, and also, to adhere to things that work, to evidence-based practices. So we are there for you. We thank you so much for having us this year, and we wish everyone a safe and healthy 2021.
Thank you, Anise. Now you said you had a couple folks here, so this is your opportunity. You have the floor.
Yeah, he's on the chat box. He's not gonna tune in, but I am here for anyone who has questions. If anyone does have questions, just type them on in the chat box now, and I could answer them for the next couple minutes before we move on to the next part of the program. So I'll just keep an eye on over there and see if anyone has any questions. I know a couple people just said, the place looks really amazing. It's a great center. We're really proud of the work we're able to do. So thank you guys for recognizing that. Just scrolling to see. Great. There's a question. How long is the average stay? So I didn't mention in the video, we have a 50 bed capacity. We have medically supervised detox beds and rehab beds. We're currently keeping it at 40 due to COVID. We're keeping it a little bit spaced out. The average stay, we get around 20 is the average length of stay, give or take a couple of days. But it is a 28-day program, so we hope to get the full 28 for people. Let me see, what type of insurance do you accept? We accept like all of the managed care major insurances. We don't take Medicare or Medicaid. Let's see, the 5 specialty groups. I did list them. I'll say them again. And if you want, I can type them. So we have first responder. We have a union group for union members. We do see a lot of working professionals. So we have a union specific group. We have a GA group for gambling, a women's group, and an LGBTQ plus group. I'm just going to type them too, so you have a visual too. Thank you guys for asking. And if there's any other questions, please don't be shy. We are available. Do patients have to be from Long Island? Many of them are from like Long Island in the city area and the Westchester area. They don't have to be. We do get patients from out of state. We are an in-network provider, so most of them are within New York. But yeah, we can accept them from from anywhere in New York, and then we do get from the tri-state area as well. So a couple people said they're glad to hear we have a GA group. Yeah, we see gambling as an addiction, right? As it is. So we do address it. We screen people for things like trauma and gambling, right away. We're asking them questions to try to engage them. Aftercare services. We have an awesome discharge planner who's actually on the line today. Jess, if you want to just say hi in the chat box so people see your name. There she is, Jess. She's amazing. And she starts, her and Zenas, we have 2 discharge planners. They start right on day 1. They start, coming up with a plan for people. So yeah, we definitely do aftercare. And it's a pretty strategic plan that they develop with the clients throughout the weeks that they're there. Services for family members. We have a very robust family program on the weekends that right now is on hold due to COVID, sadly. So we're doing it virtually. So if somebody has, something relevant regarding, family members that they need to do family therapy, we do it through Zoom. It used to be like an all-day program where the families would come in, they would do an education group, they would do a therapy group, they would stay for dinner. It was really nice. They would have a visit, and hopefully we'll do that again soon. But right now we're just doing really family therapy through Zoom. Let me see, Pablo, hi, the LGBTQ group. How's it different from the other groups? So I actually run the group, so I could tell you it's focused on any sexual identity issues, but also, it just, sometimes we don't talk about that. Sometimes it's just a space for people that have like similar interests, similar beliefs to talk about their families, talk about their addiction, talk about their jobs, and same with like the first responder group. We don't always talk about trauma related to service. It just gives people, it's like if you put me in a room with other healthcare providers that work in rehabs, we would have stuff to talk about, right? So sometimes they just talk about life and the issues that they're dealing with and the stress, but oftentimes it does bring up like how has my sexuality played a role in terms of maybe struggles that I've been through that maybe correlates with my addiction. That does come up, so it's both. Let me see. These are great questions, guys. Thank you so much. I'm loving how much everyone is participating. We are an abstinence-based program. I know a couple people were asking about that. So substance has to be the primary diagnosis to get people in. I see some people asking about mental health. That being said, many of the clients, high percentage, 80 or more % of them do have mental health issues. We don't really treat if that's like the major presenting factor, but if it's secondary, depression, anxiety, trauma, almost everyone has something like that is a presenting issue for them that we do treat while they're with us. I hope that answers your question. I know it's tricky because we're not technically a mental health facility, but we see and treat mental health every day. Suicide prevention, if somebody is like actively suicidal, we do refer them out. But many people do have like hopelessness and suicidal ideation because of their drug or alcohol use. And we try to, treat that as a symptom without overly freaking out when people say like, I'm feeling hopeless, or, we say, we screen them, we talk to them, we'll do a suicide screening and figure out where they're at with that. And for many of them, it's just these feelings of hopelessness that within a couple of weeks, we hope to see that they're feeling better with regards to that. If somebody is depressed with like actual, suicidality, it's something that we look at differently, and we usually end up referring them out, or we set up their aftercare according to that. So the level of care that we have, it's just we don't bill for Medicare or Medicaid. They're just 2 insurances that we don't accept. It's really the center is set up really for like working professionals. That's kind of the culture of care that we offer. 15 years clean alumni, Lori, great, awesome, amazing. We'd love to hear stuff like that. I know a few people wrote, that they're in recovery, they're out there doing great. So thank you guys for participating today. And it's great to hear those stories and have so many people on the line that are doing it. So keep up the good work. And I think we're at 9:15. So if you have any other questions, we'll be here throughout the day. And I'm going to type my email address actually into the chat box now, so you can know how to get me. And then you guys can just reach out that way if that's easier. Or again, if you go in the chat box and say, hey, Anissa from LICR, I have another question, we can chat offline today or online, whatever works for you. Okay, let me just enter my email address and then I'll turn it back over. And again, thank you so much for having us.
Thank you, Anise. I know that because this is largely a community of peers, I will use my kind of superpower here to answer a question about peer services, because I kept seeing that over and over and over again. Do you guys offer peer services?
Sorry, I was answering somebody else. Yes, peer services, you said. So we have NA and NA groups every day. So that's not really, I don't think that's what you're asking though. And then we have a peer-led group that runs every day. So we have like an internal government that president, vice president that is in our facility with the clients, and they set it up. But you're talking about like peer recovery coaches? Is that what you're asking? Yeah. So we don't have any, yeah, no, it's fine. We don't have any in the facility necessarily, like on staff, but we do weave that into the aftercare when it's appropriate.
Okay. Well, we certainly will be talking with you in the future, right? I know. Folks, thank you so much. And again, folks, for entering, we have about 145 people on who took the time to get up ahead of Stand Up for Recovery Day to be able to come and meet with our sponsors and hear about our sponsors, because as I said, for the folks that are just now joining, being able to have sponsors for this event is very, very important. Normally we would be in person. We would be in downtown Albany at the Capitol, utilizing the convention center and in that entire space, really kind of taking over. And our sponsors have enabled us to be able to continue to do that every single year. This year going virtual, there are still, it's still an event. We still have to put everything together. So our sponsors are very, very critical to this event. And not only through finances, but to be able to showcase recovery and be able to showcase the services that they offer it's just another example for us to be able to bring those faces, those services directly to folks, so that if a family member is experiencing anything is happening, now you folks will often say, who do I call? I don't know where to call. I don't know who to call. And so our sponsor highlight is our way of being able to put recovery centers and the services that they offer out front. So people have the ability to say, I remember I saw Long Island Recovery, or I saw Long Island Recovery Association. I'm going to give them a call. And that's exactly what we want you to do, because folks are there to be able to answer questions, to provide information. I mean, we saw all of the things that are happening at Long Island Recovery Center. I myself want the Tibetan bowls, okay? I need a set of those. But also at Long Island Recovery Association, all of the peer services are there, and folks are there to support you and your family members in recovery, because that's what this day is about. It's about standing for recovery. And when you stand for something, you showcase it, you provide information about it, you blow it up, right? I got a couple young people on there, I could say, blow it up, you blow up the spot about it, right? And that's what we're doing. And that's what this entire 45 minutes, 50 minutes, hour was dedicated to. It was dedicated to showcasing all of the power and services that are out there across New York State, because a lot of folks won't even know. They're not even aware of recovery services across the state. And for New York has the great ability to we work across the state, right? So we have we go in and we show who's in what community. If you go to our website, you will see all of the recovery community centers listed. The recovery community outreach centers are listed. And so that's what we're there for. We are there to bring you the information so that no one has to go and wonder, where do they go next for services? Where do they go next for help? No one has to do that. All you have to do is go to our website and look at our recovery community outreach centers, our recovery community centers that are there. We are there to help you because it is our goal. We envision a world where recovery is celebrated and no one goes through this alone, right? So nothing about us without us. So information is crucial. So I have a few more moments, and so I want to take some time to bring up the bride, the mother of this day, and that is no one other than Mrs. Allison Weingarten to offer some sentiments of the day. And this was not on script, so she's probably going to text me later, because anyone who knows Allison knows that she has scripts for everything. I can say this year's script though was really light. I mean, recovery conference script was about 20 some odd pages. This year's script, 9 pages. Woo, Allie. So
We're improving.
Yeah. So I want to give Allison a moment to talk a little bit about the day, the format of the day, and like Rich is saying, to give Allison her kudos and to give some housekeeping. Allison?
Thank you so much, Angelia, and thank you to our sponsors. It's just so exciting to be here. I know we wish we were all hugging at the Capitol. And so I'm going to make this brief. I mean, at least we're not, freezing right now. At least people didn't have to get up at 4 a.m. But that doesn't mean you're never getting up at 4 a.m. again, okay? We're praying for next year. But we are all together. This was our big sponsor highlight. Next, as we said in the chat, you're letting everyone go to YouTube, go to Facebook, go to Twitter, so we can watch our main session. We have beautiful speakers from the recovery community. We have entertainers at 9:30. That's in, I believe, about 7.5 minutes. So Shannon is amazing plugging in those links. We want you to go. We're going to have the biggest turnout ever. I'm not just, saying that like our former president. We really are, okay? It's going to be huge. And we're tracking it from the background. And so we'll know how many people in recovery. We're going to be inspiring people all day. And so I really am pumped up from this morning session, especially that song in the beginning from the Lyra video. I'm really feeling it. So I just want, yes, thank you all so much. So we're going to head over to that. Then in the afternoon, For New York has a small group for our legislative cookie chat in the afternoon following that presentation. And so if you're in that, you'll know. Otherwise, everyone who has registered is invited to our afternoon networking. And that is from 12:30 on, very similar to this format for our other sponsors, to be able to highlight their things. And I know in the afternoon, I already have tracked 60 meetings that are happening because of you guys, because you have put these meetings together. I know it can be scary, and you have stepped out of your comfort zones and you're doing it. And that's what it's all about. So we have such a great day. We're looking forward to the whole day. And then, the advocacy doesn't stop there, right? It's every day. So put everything you have into this, and we're going to make a difference. So thank you for your leadership, Angelia. I'm just really excited for the session. I am going to kick you off so that you can get on that StreamYard and let our first entertainer come. But so much love to everyone on this call. Thank you for being here, and so excited.
So yeah, so like Allie said, I'm going to turn it over to Deb, who's going to help get everyone over to StreamYard. So Santa for Recovery Day, here we come. Thank you guys. See you over in the other virtual room, the other virtual space. Bye.
As Allison just mentioned, Shannon put all the links for the next sessions in the chat. You can view the streaming portions through Twitter, YouTube, or Facebook. So you can click on those links, and as soon as the session starts, you'll be allowed in. So good to see everyone today. Thank you.
Thanks, everyone.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone. I am Dr. Angelia Smith-Wilson. Good morning and welcome to the 12th annual Stand Up for Recovery Day. Today, our world is different, but the spirit and the task of the day is not. Today, we educate, we advocate, and we celebrate recovery. And it is our hope that you leave this space today having been educated about the transformative power of recovery, ready to join us to advocate with thousands of New Yorkers across New York State, really across the nation, right? And certainly you begin to appreciate the tremendous amount of courage that is needed to celebrate recovery. And as we start this morning, we will be celebrating recovery through the expression of dance. So I have the extreme honor and pleasure of introducing you to Miss Catherine Pettit Creative, also known as KBC. Good morning.
Thank you so much,
and
Dr.
welcome.
Angelia. Thank you so much. It's an honor to be here. Thank you so much. I started getting emotional just watching the intro. It's so extraordinary to be here today. Good morning. I'm Catherine Pettit. Catherine Pettit Creative, KPC, spotlights social injustices using dance as our universal language, changing minds by opening hearts through movement. KPC created a musical told entirely through dance called I Could Never Love Anyone. Part of a quote from Little Women, I could never love anyone as much as I love my sisters. This musical tells the story of 3 sisters struggling with substance use disorder. We've traveled this piece to the New York State Recovery Conference, across treatment and wellness centers throughout New York City. And we partner with the Educational Alliance Center for Recovery and Wellness as their official movement consultant with our pathway to wellness through movement. Today, we're sharing an excerpt from I Could Never Love Anyone, Supernova. A supernova is a powerful and luminous stellar explosion. And anyone who is going through recovery, has gone through recovery, continues to stay the course, is a supernova, an inspiring sight to witness and a transformative journey to go through. Now, let movement and the power of the journey of recovery inspire each of us as we stand up together united virtually in spirit. Here is Supernova.
And I feel like taking off. Let me be a supernova before you make the biggest mistake in your life. Just give me the chance to get it right. They got it all. They got all the things I thought I wanted, but I can't afford to fake anymore. To live this facade and smile as the warm champagne pours. Out on the lawn, we'll pretend we're having tons of fun in this world where we don't belong. Some bloke on her own, is she thinking of me? Does she forget what we once had? And I feel like taking on. Let me be a supernova before you make the biggest mistake of your life. Just give me the chance to get it right. Oh, they get it all. You can see they get it all. They got the comfortable and the beautiful house by the shore. You know there's more, but I can't take another minute of it all. He wants his kids and the dog. He wants his breakfast in bed. He's got his trust fund saved and a worry in his head. But it's not you or me. I wanna break up this scene and see you running back to me. 'Cause I feel like taking off. Let me be a supernova before you make the biggest mistake of your life. Just give me a chance to get it right, get it right. Yeah, I feel like taking off. Let me be a supernova tonight before you make the biggest mistake of your life. Just give me a chance to get it right, get it right. You got it wrong if you say our love is gone. You got it wrong if you say our love is gone. You got it wrong if you say our love is gone. You got it wrong if you say our love is gone. Yeah, I feel like taking off. Let me be a supernova before you make the biggest mistake of your life. Just give me a chance to get it right, get it right. And I feel like taking off. Let me be a supernova tonight before you make the biggest mistake in your life. Just give me a chance to get it right, get it right.
Awesome, awesome. Thank you so much, Catherine, for that expression of dance. We love it. And so now, to help plant our feet, to help provide the foundation for which we are have the ability to stand, I call Pastor Al Robertson to bring an inspirational message to start our day.
Good.
Yes, Pastor Al. Oh, there he is.
I am Pastor Al Robinson. This is fantastic to be here right now. I'm just so excited about what we're doing, not only as a group and an entity, but as an entire state. The Friends of New York, we are really getting it done here. We are really getting it done, and I'm so proud of everybody and what they're doing in order to meet this moment in time. It's just fascinating. You know, the Bible says, as a man thinketh in his heart, so is he. We know that we are the light shining. We're the light on the hill. We're to come. We're struggling with something like this. Yes, we have been met with some challenges this year with the pandemic. We've been met with COVID. We've been met with the darkness of being in isolation. We have been met with being stuck in your own head. We've been met with these things, but together, using the resources that we have, the internet and each other, we can dig ourselves out of this. Because one thing we have learned as a group of people is that when we are in a hole, we did it once before and we could do it again. We will stand on each other's shoulders and pull each other out. And so those that have been left behind as a result of this pandemic and COVID, they see a bright light. They see a bright light in me. They see a bright light in you. And the bright light that they see, they can come to. And they can come to help. And they can come to realize that they are more than their situation. They are more than their dilemma. They are more than their addiction. They are more than the total sum of what they believe they are as they sit thinking that they're by themselves in failure. Because they're not. They have me. They have you. The Bible also says to bear one another's burdens. And when we bear one another's burdens, we see the struggle on the faces of those around us. We recognize it, and we are built to help. We are here to help, and we will do just that. We will help them, not with judgment or with questions, but we're going to help them out of the goodness of our own heart because, like I said, as we think, so are we. We are they that have been called forward in this moment in time to help those that can't help themselves. We are they that have been called forward in this moment of time as a group, as an organization, as an organic organism to go out here and reach those that think that they're in darkness. We're going to reach them. We have not failed. We don't know how to fail, and we won't fail because the life of those that are struggling are worth so much more when they're seen in the light. We will bring people to the light. We're going to bring them to the light, and we're going to continue to show them how to live a life and a life more abundantly, a life filled with possibilities, not regrets, not depressions and indecision and confusion, but filled with the possibility of what if I didn't have this addiction? What could happen? What could life be like on the other side of this line? And we're going to take you there. We're going to take you there because what we don't know today, we will know tonight. And what we know tonight, we'll teach you tomorrow. And that's just the way it works with us. We are those. We are those that will never give up. We are those who always hope, always dream, always push, always have come beyond people's circumstances, but look at what they can be because we've all been there. And you're talking to someone who's on the other side. I'm on the other side, and I have the strength to come and get you, just like everybody here for New York. This is Recovery Day, and living in sobriety and recovery is the best possible thing that you can do. You don't know how good it is until you taste and see on the other side. This is something that is absolutely wonderful. This is something that you don't know that life honestly can be this good. It can be this good without the chains of addiction, the anchors, the boat anchors, the darkness. No, you're free today. You're free today, and you'll be free tomorrow, and you'll be free the next day because we're going to live in sustained sobriety, sustained recovery. We are the faces of recovery. We are. Father God, in the name of Jesus, Lord God, I ask, Lord God, that not only those that are part of this, can understand and feel the presence of the favor that you've granted us, Lord. Lord God, we ask that those that are within the sound of my voice, those that are on this Zoom, Father God, those that are in the backyard, those that are struggling, those that are wondering how to get through this moment, have the strength and have the courage to reach out their hand, because there's many of us that will grab it. Lord, we ask, Father God, that we can just come together as a people, as an organization, as a bright light, and outshine the darkness that anyone can possibly be in, Lord God. We'll give you all the praise, honor. In the name of Jesus, we all say and pray, amen. I want to thank you guys, because we are at the precipice of something magnificent, something great. 2021, we're going to get the job done. In 2021, we're going to get the job done. This is fantastic. Absolutely fantastic.
Yes,
you.
yes, it is. Thank you, Pastor Al. Thank you for that covering. Thank you for that guidance. Thank you for that energy. Thank you for the spirit that you have allowed to come across the screen and into our homes and into our present day. We thank you for that.
Thank you.
That was great. Awesome. So now we're going to keep it moving, because we have our charge. We have been filled. We have our energy. And so I am going to further bring to you, to this audience, and our esteemed but yet so grounded president of the Friends of Recovery New York Board of Directors. One who has been in with the organization through its existence, and who I can attest is just lives, breathes, and does everything within his power to uphold this organization and for the principles for which it was founded on. So I want to bring forth for New York Board President, Mr. Chaku Matai. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Smith-Wilson. It's an incredible honor to be here with all of you. And, I have to say that I'm just so overwhelmed with gratitude by all the efforts from each of you that have participated in making this Stand Up for Recovery Day possible. Every one of the staff, of course, our executive director, Angelia Smith-Wilson, the people that have been committing themselves to this process, including myself as a person in recovery, a person in sustained recovery. Many of you know, my story starts when I was 15 years old as an advocate, starting my recovery journey. And the reason that recovery journey started was because of meeting other teenagers in recovery through what was probably the first recovery center that we've had in 1985. So I've been at this for a little while, and we started that, opened the doors in November 1985. I got there December 1985 because my father met another father whose son was joining that program, and joining that recovery center. And it wasn't a treatment program. It was a place where young people coming out of treatment or going into treatment or coming home from a rehabilitation center or didn't necessarily have access to a treatment center could go and meet other people in recovery. That possibility that we are offering each other through For New York, the vision of For New York was really the need to have a way to celebrate the voices and experiences of recovery. I want to start, this process by also acknowledging, the challenges. Just this weekend, I want to first honor, especially, John Drescher, who recently died over the weekend. And, I want to, I don't know if they're listening, but my condolences to Lori and your family, to the Drescher family. John was a young man that was a close friend to many of us, and a wonderful advocate. He gave of himself. He was a gift to this community and to this, and still is. We are rivers, not statues. And, like the river and the sea, there's no difference there for me. So thank you, Lori, for bringing John into our process and joining. And it is that commitment that we have, that no person seeking recovery need die. That what would our community be like if the whole community could experience the thousands, the millions of our voices expressing what recovery is about, expressing and describing recovery. You know, the idea that we can actually offer something that is far beyond what people have even imagined will change policies and practice. So if you're coming today to offer your story, remember the me story becomes the we story through this process. And the fact that we have a we story, it will influence policymakers like it has already. We are so grateful to the policymakers that have brought recovery to the forefront in a way that we've never seen before. And you're going to see more of that come as a result of their leadership today. So they need us and we need them. Everybody's in, no one's out. And please continue the work that you're going to, and stick around. You're going to hear some great stories and leadership from our recovery community today. So speaking of leadership, let me turn it back to our fearless leader, Dr. Angelia Smith-Wilson. Thank you, Angelia, for all that you've brought to this community over the, just in the short time that you've been our executive director, and all the, the decades of work that you've done supporting recovery as a member of this movement and in your professional work. Let me turn it back to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Chaku. And as Chaku said, we had deliberately chose to put a moment of silence in the program at this point in time to be able to reflect and honor those who have transitioned from this earthly life onto something we hope for much, much better, including and always keeping and holding our dear, dear, dear friend, Lori. So we will just take a brief moment of silence to honor and reflect on that. Thank you, guys. So I would like to take a moment now, another moment, to thank all of the staff for their hard work. Allison for leading this effort, for the many, many revisions of the scripts, but always just ensuring that we get it right. Jeff, who has only been with us, Jeff Watson came to us in September of last year for making everything come together. This would not be possible without the man behind the scenes, and we will give him a little shout out later. But this is all Jeff. I had nothing to do with this other than I couldn't even really unmute myself earlier. Debbie for handling all of the financial and administrative pieces of this event. She made sure that all of our sponsors, would be noted and we would acknowledge them. She always keeps our finances going. Shannon for helping to create the online events and managing all of the many communications and the registrations and the late registrations. Even up until last night, sorry, Willie. And Ben, Ashton, and Teresa for supporting all of the planning sessions and providing the technical assistance. Our dear, dear Jennifer, who was our intern, who will now be repurposed in another position. For New York always does that, right? We capture hearts and spirits and we don't let people go. But Jennifer for providing technical assistance and creating impressive spreadsheets to assist the recovery community in all of their outreach. Our dear, one of our dear co-founders, Richard Buckman and Ashley Livingston, for all of your advocacy, your crazy advocacy assistance. Casey, the MSW intern for Lyra, for your assistance with building a contact database. Our board of directors for always supporting our organization, as Chaku did this morning, and spoke about our sponsors. And this morning we had a networking session where we highlighted Long Island Recovery Association and Long Island Center for Recovery, who were our partner sponsors. I also want to say thank you to our advocate sponsor level. That is Dynamic Youth, the Genesee Council on Alcoholism, the Recovery Station, the Upper Manhattan Mental Health, Emma Bowen Center, and Recoveries Are Us. I also want to thank our sponsors on our supporter level, New Choices Recovery Center, the National Council on Alcoholism and Drug Dependence from Rochester, a Shatterproof, the Hudson Mohawk AHEC, and the Kenneth Powers Center for Recovery. We could not do this event without our sponsors, so we thank you. This is not a time where giving is easy, so we don't take it lightly that you gave of your spirit, you gave of your heart, and you also gave of your finances. We don't take it lightly. Our biggest funder, the Office of Addiction Services and Supports, led by our great commissioner, who will be here very shortly to bring you some words, Arlene González-Sánchez. The council staff, including Tricia Shelguy, the recovery team, including Pat Lincourt, Susan Brando, Mary Alice Ryan, Maureen Nagali, I knew I was going to say Maureen's name wrong, Willie Towns, our beloved Willie Towns, Lori McNeil, Fred Hodges, Julia Fesco, and our budget team, Deb and Jennifer, and many more. We have an awesome relationship and support with Oasis, our beloved former executive director Stephanie Campbell, who is heading up the ombudsman program is there. And Stephanie, as you all know, is an extreme, crazy advocate and member of the recovery community. And I would be remiss if I did not thank Stephanie for all of her past, present, and future efforts. And absolutely, we want to thank 100%. We want to thank our ambassadors who stepped up. You know who you are. You learned new skills. You lent your time, your talents. You came every Friday to our ambassador rally call. And you will be seeing our ambassadors throughout the day. They, some of them will be leading in time recovery virtual walks. We will pop to some of them. We will showcase some of them. And so we definitely want to give a thank you to our ambassadors. We would also like to take a moment to remind you about our 2021 upcoming events. We will have our Recovery Gem event later this summer, and in the fall, our 2021 Recovery Conference, which will be at the Albany Hilton on October 17th, 18th, and 19th. And this year's theme is Owning Our Recovery. So stay tuned for the format. We are all praying that we are together, maybe not as many of us, but that we are together. So stay tuned for that. And with that, that is the end of my thank yous. And now we get to bring you the faces, the voices of the recovery community to talk about some issues that are near and dear to us, but to really empower you with their stories. Because as Chaku said, it is those stories, that's our superpower. I've often said that a lot, and that is exactly what it is. So I want you to sit back, and I want you to just become relaxed and become empowered by the stories that you will hear from our recovery advocates, our recovery speakers. And so first, you have the pleasure of listening to Mr. Luis LeBoy, who will talk about COVID-19 and racial injustice with his story weaved in there. So I will turn it over to Mr. Luis LeBoy.
Hello, thank you. Angelia, it's a pleasure to be here. Thank you very much. My name is Luis LeBoy, Luis Ángel LeBoy Lozada de los Sures, and I'm a person in long-term recovery. I'm an alumni of Phoenix House, and I stand up for recovery. We want to welcome all the parents and families that lost loved ones, and I extend my deepest sorrow and strongest advocacy towards prevention. We welcome all the consumers, the alumni, the peers, and extend my deepest admiration as you are our beacons of hope and role models. We welcome all the treatment and education providers, along with the KSACs, SERPAs, recovery coaches, and social work students. We place our future in your hands. We welcome all the city and state and federal representatives. We appreciate your unwavering support. Thank you. We give very special welcome to all the frontline healthcare workers attending this platform today. I deeply appreciate your relentless efforts to save lives, especially PA Stephanie from New York Presbyterian Hospital, who saved mine in March 2020. We are all friends of recovery, and we all stand up for the basic human right to live a recovery-oriented lifestyle free from the horrors of addiction. Our community continues to suffer the trauma aggravated by the COVID-19 epidemic that has elevated into an economic crisis, public drug use, overdoses, syringe waste, suicide, domestic violence, gambling, unemployment, homelessness, racial injustice, gun violence, and total social unrest. I work at the Emma L. Bowen Community Service Center providing addiction treatment, mental health, and therapeutic preschool services to individuals from 3 years old to very old age. We conduct extensive street outreach in Manhattan as well as the Bronx 3 times a week. My passion to help vulnerable users comes from a life that was devastated by an uncontrollable desire to use drugs, despite the terror I was experiencing in active addiction. In Ashley's words, from a hopeless dope fiend to a dopeless hope fiend. During our outreach in hotspots like 125th Street and Lexington, in Manhattan, Washington Heights, and the South Bronx, we see the havoc COVID-19 and racial injustice spawned on the vulnerable people struggling with substance use disorders. I know these individuals will not leave the spot to get vaccinated, so we need to have boots on the ground to vaccinate these individuals in those hot spots to get the best public health outcomes. All that to say, any COVID-19 public health decision must be made in collaboration with the recovery community. Since the social unrest expressed through the Black Lives Matter movement, we see improved interactions between the white police officers and vulnerable users of color being treated in a humane manner while injecting drugs in public. I stand up for safe consumption sites as necessary to have a point of contact to encourage recovery, reduce overdose, eliminate syringe waste, and improve public health and safety. All that to say, the recovery community is committed to ensuring nothing about us without us. Policy initiatives must include people of color. With that, happy Black History Month and happy 20th New President's Day. May our future continue to be filled with hope, unity, and love. Peace and blessings, everyone.
Thank you, Luis. I love that dopeless hope theme. Hope is free, and let's spread it. So next, I have the awesome pleasure of bringing Miss Beth Fisher Sanders to talk to you about our policy priority on housing. Beth? Beth, I think you're muted, Beth. No worries. No worries. You, Beth, you actually won the first prize. So you're going to get something because you were muted. But okay, start again. There you go, Beth. No, we cannot hear you. Let's give it one more second with Beth. So now she's showing muted and it's unmuted. Okay. No worries. We will come back to Beth. And so if we can have Mr. Joe Turner queued up to talk to us about our policy priority on treatment. Mr. Joe Turner? No worries, folks. We knew there would be some minor technical difficulties. So as folks are getting ready to get, oh, this is Mr. Joe Turner, sorry. we knew there would be some technical difficulties. Right. We knew there would be some. Folks are getting ready to get, oh, this is Mr. Joe Turner, sorry.
Okay, hi, thank you. Angelia, and
we knew there would be some.
Hello to everyone. I think I have a little feedback on the thank you presentation, but I'm going to forge ahead. And thank you so much for New York. And to everybody else, I say hello, miracles. Hola. Hola. Wait, can you hear me now? All right. Can you hear me, everyone? Great. I got a perfect sign. Okay. Good to go. Angelia, great job. Chaku, love you and miss you. To the For New York family, Deb, Brosen, Teresa, everybody, Allison. I shouldn't have started naming people because if I leave someone out, I don't want anybody to get a resentment. But you're doing a great job. And to the people that really, really matter, I just say hello, miracles. Hola, milagros. I'm Joe Turner, co-founder and current CEO of Exponents. We've been around for about 30 years. I started working when I was 6 years old. And actually one of the first harm reduction agencies in the city. And, you know, we didn't call it harm reduction back then. We called it couldn't wait. And the reason we called it couldn't wait was because it was in the middle of the AIDS crisis and folks were dying. So we couldn't wait for people to get sober before we started saving lives. And that grew out of, the names came and the attention came to this compassionate engagement at every level of the continuum of addiction. And that's what basically harm reduction is. It's compassion. It's a radical welcome. It's celebrating every positive achievement. And it's meeting people where they are with that radical welcome. So I'm glad to be here. I'm not going to talk long. I am honored to share some broken remarks and what little I know on treatment and policy, and also how it is so necessary to see the intersection between all inequity and substance use disorder. You know, surely addiction is just the symptom of a deeper societal inequity and imbalance. But there's more about that later. So therefore, that's why a recovery has to be holistic. And I think we need to look towards notions of wellness as opposed to a clean urine, wellness as opposed to abstinence. Indeed, I applaud the latest regulations of Oasis for their 822 programs. You know, the ground is changing. They said, look, the purpose of treatment is not abstinence. The purpose of treatment is a self-defined recovery. Now, how gracious and powerful is that? So I think that is right in line, at least with theories of harm reduction. You know, harm reduction states that, you know, we must not only reduce the harm that drugs do to the individuals, but we also must reduce the harm that society inflicts on the individual. You know, treatment is a pathway, it's a chosen pathway, but so is safer use. And as I said, at every decision and that continuum of substance use disorder, whether it goes from safer use to treatment to abstinence, which can be chosen. Harm reduction stands with empathy. And we stand with empathy, not for the providers, but we stand with empathy at the hardships that people carry. Our goal, and when I say our goal, and I know that For New York shares in this, is very simple, and that is to keep people alive. Thank you, Luz, for the shout out for syringe exchange and overdose prevention centers. The data is clear. It keeps people alive until they can get to treatment. It reduces bloodborne diseases until folks can get to treatment and exercise those self-directed decisions. So I also want to say that I believe that treatment must be coupled with the elimination of inequity, not just not just the horrible suffering that people encounter from incarceration and some of the consequences of substance use, but I believe that treatment must be coupled with eliminating those inequities and really evolve. I believe Bill Whitehead spoke about this radical recovery, which I embrace, where it's dig this. It's like this. The individual recovers, the family recovers, and the community recovers. There's an old Native American saying that says that the individual, the family, and the community are not separate, they are one. To injure one is to injure all, but to heal one is to heal all. So a harm reduction treatment moves the healing from self to family to community. Check this out, it turns recovery outward. And it recognizes that recovery is a gift that brings obligations that transcend the self. We make amends to our community through advocating for social justice. And I think treatment must encompass this holistic view where we look to areas of wellness and reject ideology and pick up the science. So I applaud For New York. I'm so looking forward to this conference. People smarter than I am are following me, so I want to get out the way, sit back, finish my breakfast, and party with the rest of you. Thank you so much, Angelia.
Thank you so much, Joe. I loved you, but I loved you even more now. And partially because the books that were behind you, oh my God, I was trying to read your whole shelf, but the message, I just, thank you so much, Joe. Okay, so I believe we have Beth now who is ready to come back to talk to us. Awesome, yes.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
We hear you. I am leaving. I am going off this stage. Thank you so much, Beth. I will turn it over to Beth.
Yes. Okay. That is so these times, isn't it? We have to be resilient, and recovery means we get back up and try again. So here I am. And I am so excited and honored to be here. I am the founding president for the National Alliance for Recovery Residences, or NAR. And I also have the honor of serving as a consultant for NYSAR, which is the NAR affiliate in New York State. I am born and raised in New York State, and I began my career as an addictions counselor at an extended care recovery home in Albany. Shout out to Next Step. Fast forward 5 years, and I found myself needing a recovery residence myself, following a 30-day treatment for my own mental health and substance use issues. But I was fairly isolated when I went to treatment, and coming home, I needed that support community. It was in the mid-90s, though, and unfortunately, there was very little available, particularly for women. So 2 years later, I started my own recovery home, and my real career working as an advocate for those needing recovery residences began then. Today in 2021, the need for recovery housing in New York State is still so great. The 4 New York constituency have named recovery housing the #1 need in our 2021 addiction policy statement. Housing is a fundamental need, and for those in early recovery, the housing fulfills so much more than shelter. It offers belonging and community, and that is so essential to our healing and recovery. According to our current state census, there is a need for approximately 75,000 recovery home beds in New York State, but we all know that only a fraction of that number is available today. We must remove the barriers so that all that need it can access recovery housing. Barriers such as locating a recovery residence. Where are they? Unaffiliated providers tend to fly under the radar for a variety of very legitimate reasons. Couple that with the fact that New York encompasses a huge geographical area, and finding quality of ethical recovery housing communities is very challenging. Creating an intentional network that includes an organized directory would help tremendously. But then if I do find a recovery residence, will it be safe? Will the operators be trained in ethical practice, and will they know how to safely operate in these pandemic times? Would the provider know how to manage my need for medication-assisted therapy? Or would he even allow me in the home if I had those needs? Certified residences evidence a competency, a professionalism, and standard of care that provide a quality assurance as well as protection from subpar operators. Then, of course, there is the issue of funding. If I find the recovery home, how will it be paid for? Most, if not all, unaffiliated recovery homes are funded by the residents themselves, and this creates an obvious barrier to entry. But there is good news in that we are poised for growth and change in this new era. Recovery residences were recently named as an evidence-based practice by SAMHSA, and this positions recovery housing as a legitimate, effective component of the continuum of care for recovery. Let's commit to working together to raise up the providers that exist already, as well as support more homes and healthy recovery communities in being created. Thank you all for this opportunity to convey a message that is important. We all need home. We all need community. And I'm so grateful to be a part of this community in New York State. Have a super day.
Thank you, Bev. We are so excited about what New York State is about to do in regard to recovery housing. Folks have been advocating for a long time, and we are so excited about it. So I want to bring next to our stage, our virtual stage, Ms. Felicia Pullum, who will talk to you about recovery-oriented systems of care. Felicia.
Thank you, Dr. Smith-Wilson. How are you? Happy Black History Month, everyone. I'm Felicia Pullum. I'm the founder of The Pillars, a recovery community and outreach center nestled in the heart of Harlem. I'm also a friend of recovery, a woman in recovery, and today, like every day, I stand up for recovery. It is only because of recovery that I am successful, and so is The Pillars. So you may be asking, what is a recovery-oriented system of care? They are our family navigators, our peer recovery coaches, our recovery communities and outreach centers and youth clubhouses. You know, when I was in treatment, I had the privilege of going to Florida and participating in yoga, acupuncture, and Reiki and sweat lodges. But what I would like to do is take you through a little journey through the doors of the pillars, because I believe that the services that I was able to participate in should not be reserved for the privileged, but should be open to everyone. And so, if you will, imagine a place that anyone who has suffered through the chronic disease of addiction, or maybe someone who is still loving another who is in active addiction, or a family member that may have lost a loved one to the chronic disease of addiction, is welcomed with open arms, regardless of their race, color, creed, nationality, religion, sexual orientation, or gender identity. Inside of this recovery-oriented system of care, they are welcomed free of charge to participate in yoga and acupuncture and Reiki, just to become reintegrated back into themselves. They are welcome to take parenting skills enhancement classes to open up the doors of communication with their families. And when spiritually fit and centered, they may come back and give back in the form of volunteerism and teach a yoga class. And finally, if wanting to become reintegrated back into society and needing a little hand up, they can take an OSHA training, peer recovery coach academy, financial wellness, and a computer literacy class, and all free of charge. Recovery-oriented systems of care are a little slice of serenity, nestled in hope and love and peace. And so, I am going to ask you, as one voice and one community, from Buffalo to Syracuse, from Suffolk to Harlem, to stand up with me as we advocate for more recovery-oriented systems of care. These are the slices that are nestled in your community to serve you and that community. We need more recovery-oriented systems of care. We want more recovery-oriented systems of care, and we deserve to have more recovery-oriented systems of care, which are funded by the state, so that we can all have that little bit of love that we deserve. Thank you.
Wow, Felicia. Amazing. Folks, if you have not had the opportunity to visit Pillars in Harlem, New York, you have got to get there. It is a magical place. So just to keep it moving, we have Mr. Bill Doyle, who will now be speaking to us about another policy priority of ours, transportation. Mr. Doyle?
Hi, everybody. Wow, I have to follow those wonderful speakers, but I'll give it my best. My name is Bill Doyle, and I'm a person in sustained continuous recovery from an opiate use disorder. And what that means to me is that I don't have to get through my day each day by using opiates. I don't go through good times or bad times or ups or downs or happy or sad or to get out of bed or to go to bed. I don't need those anymore. Because of my choices in life, 5 years ago, I was arrested for driving under the influence of opiates. I was in possession of opiates, and because of that, I still today do not have my driver's license. There are lots of contributing factors to that, but the main one is the fact that I made a poor decision that day. That decision did lead me to here, so I'm very thankful for that. But let me just walk you through a little bit of my day. So I'm fortunate that I'm coming to you from Messina, New York, which if nobody knows where that is, I'm a couple of minutes from Canada, so way up north. But I have to be to work every day at 8 o'clock in the morning. And I'm fortunate that I have colleagues who live close to where I live and also drive the same route, which is over 30 miles. So me getting to work during the day when one of those colleagues isn't going to the office requires me to rely on public transportation. And in rural communities, public transportation is there, but it's not adequate. or as adequate as it could be. So I catch a bus at 10 after 8 in the morning, which, by the way, I have to be to work at 8 a.m. So I'm now 11 minutes late just leaving. 45 minutes to an hour later, I arrive at work about 9:15. So I'm now an hour and 15 minutes late from my job, which is in a recovery center, a recovery community outreach center in Ogdensburg, New York, where I work with individuals who are struggling with substance use disorders, who are looking for treatment, for family members who are in need of our services. Fortunate that I work for an organization and we have the technology that I can work remotely while I'm traveling. However, if I was working in a retail position, if I was working in an office setting where I had to be there the entire shift and be present for my job, I probably wouldn't still have that job or live where I live right now, because of that, because of the inadequacies in transportation. Now, leaving work, I work till 4 o'clock, but the bus leaves just before 3. So now I'm missing another hour of work where I have to work remotely, and I'm not in my recovery center working with, my team and the individuals who need us. So again, this is all brought on by decisions that I made, and I take ownership for that. But this is why we need to advocate so desperately for adequate transportation, especially in rural communities, where if I want to go from my home to the southernmost part of my county, it's over an hour drive. And there's one bus that goes in the morning and one bus that goes back at night. So getting to employment, getting to the grocery store, getting to a mutual aid support meeting, an AA meeting, NA meeting, a SMART meeting, we need transportation services for those desperately, so badly, because without me going to the recovery center every day, where would my purpose be? How would I sustain my recovery? It's so much a passion of mine and the team that I work with every day that we're advocating so strongly in our community for this help. So please, if this is something that, which I know it is, it's affecting all of you, advocate as well. Talk to your assembly people, talk to your congressmen, talk to your senators. We need transportation to get to work, to get to the grocery store, not just for medical appointments, but for everyday needs that we have. I'd like to thank For New York for inviting me here today. I'd like to thank all of you for taking part in this day. We are recovery warriors and we will not be silent. Nothing about us without us. So I'd like to again say thank you and have a wonderful day.
Wow, you rock, Bill. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. All right, folks, we're going to keep it moving. We have the pleasure of having a speaker from the Long Island area, Mr. Gerald Dugan. So let's bring Gerald up.
Good morning, everyone. And I was so pleased this morning when I saw everyone came out at 8:30 and to become a part of this not only advocacy day, but also a celebration of recovery. Well, I won't. I was asked when I was asked to come to speak. I was asked, "What should I speak on?" They said, "Well, just tell a little bit about your story." And anyone who knows me know that is probably the most difficult thing. They probably should have asked me to say to give the connection between E = MC squared and recovery. That would have been much easier for me. So I'll really start very. My journey started really when I was 2 years old, and my father constantly would give me a pull or a draw, as they say, of his spliff or his joint, and I started doing that on a regular basis, and so really become enamored with this feeling from having this spliff or draw. And it continued all the way through high school, where the only time I did not have a spliff in my hand was when I was in the classroom or I was playing soccer. And as a result of that, you get involved with some different groups and stuff. And I started getting involved very early with people who were involved with a lot of gang activities. And so, the journey continued. But while I was doing that, I still had a very, very ferocious appetite for reading. And I would read all kinds of books, primarily, books written by Catholic priest Ernesto Cardinal about liberation theology. And so I had this idea in my head about fighting for freedom and fighting for people's rights, even though I continued to do some really rambunctious or what they call knucklehead activities with some of my friends. And so, it continued until I got here in this country at 21 years old. And I came across the local dealer in college. And at that time, the marijuana was being laced with PCP. And I got involved with that drug PCP, which eventually culminated in me being stuck for 3 days and not knowing exactly what I wanted to do. At that point, I didn't know what I was doing. My friends actually told me that I tried to commit suicide. I tried to jump through a window and so on and so on. I know that I have a brief time, so I'm going to try and wrap this up very quickly. That really led me to begin the process of trying to make some very serious changes in my life. And I actually, at that point, at 21 years old, decided that I would go cold turkey and not use at all. And it was a very hard struggle because at that time I didn't know of services that were being provided by any recovery center or any type of program. And so what I did is I joined a local group within the Washington area that was providing services for youths in the community who were struggling with gang violence and drug addiction. And it's there that I started, really honing my skills as far as being of service to those who are less fortunate. And this continued until I came to New York and worked in East Harlem for about 15 years in a program there that was, believe it or not, funded by Princess Diana's Foundation. So this journey continued for a while, and I continued to search for who I am and my purpose, and I began to ask myself this overriding question, which is, whose truth are you really living, Gerald? And I began to realize that a lot of the things that I had done prior to this point were all things that were basically given to me by my experience and my community. It wasn't truly who I was. I was living the truth of or the illusion of what other people said I should be. For instance, when I went to college, I basically matriculated in pre-law, and the idea was for me to go to law school. And I did work in a law firm for a number of years, and I was extremely miserable after realizing that that is not where I should be, and that is not my truth. And so, I continued to do that because financially it was very rewarding, until I started really doing some work in East Harlem and realizing that there lies my true purpose. My true purpose is to be of service. I've told a lot of people that I believe that it is not only my true purpose, but it's the true purpose of all sentient beings to be of service, and I started really delving deeper into Buddhist practice. And so my pathway to recovery really did not go through any of the conventional services such as AA or NA or any form of recovery center. My pathway to recovery went through the Buddhist temple, where I spent a great deal of time talking to these Buddhist monks and realizing that my true purpose is to be of service to everyone on this earth. It is the reason why I exist. I've come to realize that there is no other reason why I came on this earth. And I've come to realize that it is the most fulfilling way to live, to be of service to all sentient beings. And so this is where my journey has taken me today, to continue the work. I presently work with the Thrive Recovery Center in Hapag. I've been there since its inception 3.5 years ago. I also have started doing some recovery work with One Recovery, which is a program that's put out by Lyra, and I thank God for that program because it is the very first time that I started getting involved with Am I doing-
It's so hard, right? Because we're talking and the stories are
Yes.
so amazing, and I'm sitting here going, yes, yes. But Gerald, we will continue that conversation about the Buddhist
Okay.
multiple pathways. But that's what it's about, folks. It's about multiple pathways and the power that we all have when we share that. So thank you so much, Gerald.
Well, I want to thank you. I want to thank you and thank everyone, Friends of New York and Lyra and all the programs that are the sponsors that are able to do this. This is a wonderful platform, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Gerald. Thank you. All right. Well, I, without further ado, want to bring up Mr. Ben Riker, who will give a quick youth spotlight, and then we have some poetry from a youth artist. And then stay tuned, folks. We will be having our Lieutenant Governor up.
Thank you, Angelia. Hi, everyone. This is great. Like Bill said, it's tough following such amazing speakers. I'm going to keep it quick and introduce my new friend, our new friend. So my name is Ben Riker. I am the Youth Recovery Program Coordinator with For New York, and I oversee the Youth Voices Matter program. We are in the midst of an amazing redesign for 2021 with some fantastic new community partners that are building recovery capital and really redefining what that recovery-oriented system of care looks like for youth in our communities across the state. So I want to thank Hope and Healing, RCOC in the North Country, and Catherine, you're amazing. Tompkins Cortland Community College, their collegiate recovery program led by the incomparable Ashley Dixon. For Westchester, you guys are absolutely fantastic. And of course, Recovery Fitness out in Rochester, as well as the Core and Q centers. So we're really excited. If anybody has, wants to chat about building recovery capital for our youth and young adults, has ideas on how we can support your programs or you can help support ours, please get in touch with me. So without further ado, my new friend, Brandon Clune, is a longtime member of SWAT Youth Rochester and a creative writing student at Monroe County Community College. Hi, Brandon.
Hello, sorry. Yes, I will be doing a poem for you today, but I do want to thank everybody for giving me the opportunity to do this because it's really exciting. And I also want to appreciate everybody that's going through the recovery process because it's not easy. And you watch people go through certain things and it's hard, but it always gets better. All right, this poem I wrote is called Levitate, and I'm very proud to show it to you, or very proud to read it to you. I'm ready to climb out. I see a bucket I can hardly reach, even if I jump. These stones are smooth and rounded, and I'm not going up, not without a fight. This hole is deep, but I can see the light. The sun hasn't left me alone yet. She's setting. Well, I'm still trying to figure this out. It's all around my head. I'm breaking through this wall before it breaks through me. I'm not even sure how you did it. You dragged me down here. Then when I saw you fly out, waving goodbye so callously, I realized that I had to go through darkness to get to the light. I'm going to be what I know I can be without you. So I thank you for giving me the weakness to inspire the strength, because I'm never letting you look down on me again. The glow is spreading away from my back, Lady Sun raining her gold onto me, right before she goes back to sleep. I'm flying out of you, out of this fear, and out of this cave. I'm levitating out of the chains where I've been glued, glaring at shadows that make you look bigger. I never knew the fire made you look so terrifying. You aren't real to me anymore. And now I'm golden, flying higher than you, forever and above. Thank you.
Wow. Thank you, Brandon. You made MCC and the recovery community proud. What an amazing job. Thank you, Brandon.
Thank you.
So, folks, I have the honor and the pleasure of introducing a dynamic woman who has repeatedly supported us, the recovery community, any and every opportunity she has had. So, without further ado, I would like to introduce our Lieutenant Governor, Kathy Hochul, who co-chairs the state's heroin and opioid task force, an essential part of New York's efforts to combat the epidemic through prevention and expanded access to treatment and recovery services. She has also successfully spearheaded numerous initiatives and leads the administration's economic development and job creation efforts across the state, working every day to advocate for policies that help all New Yorkers make ends meet. I am proud to introduce the 77th Lieutenant Governor of the state of New York, Kathy Hochul.
Well, Angelia, thank you so much. I miss seeing you in person. Usually we have such a fabulous rally, and I miss the connection of looking out into the audience and seeing the faces of literally, seems like thousands and thousands of people who come to Albany every year, really united in one cause, and that is to make sure that we don't lose another New Yorker to the specter of substance abuse. And I want to thank you for your incredible leadership. Also, I know you're going to hear from our amazing Commissioner Arlene González-Sánchez, who has been my partner at my side as we've gone through so many ups and downs to this whole process. Really thought we were making some considerable progress because of our state efforts for many years. And then all of a sudden it gets slammed back with COVID. So she has never given up. She is with me when we go to countless groundbreakings and ribbon cuttings for facilities, for supportive housing, to launch mobile treatment units. And so I also want to make sure I give a nice shout out to her. Chuck Mathai, I want to thank him as being our board president, and Richard Buckman, Advocacy in Action. I think you're going to hear from Andre Stewart-Cousins, our amazing majority leader, as well as our leaders in the legislature, Senator Pete Harcum, Assembly Member Linda Rosenthal, and Phil Steck from the Assembly. So you have a great lineup of people, but I will tell you, I don't know that anyone can even reach the depth of emotion that is evoked when you listen to someone like Brandon. Hearing the optimism, the sense of explaining what despair was all about and how you can be brought down, but someone like him who has that resiliency of spirit can rise up and see the sun and to overcome weakness in terms of finding enough strength to persevere and prevail. So Brandon, thank you for inspiring me with your very thoughtful and heartfelt words. What a program this is. And I thank, first of all, everyone in the recovery world. It's the advocates, it's the direct providers, the medical community, the family that have been through so much, who never thought many times that they would find themselves working side by side with all of you. And no one asked for this to occur, but life happens. And that is the reality check we all have to deal with. I didn't expect that I would be going through almost a decade of seeing my nephew, who simply as a high school student was given a prescription for opiate-based drugs over and over and over for a workplace injury he had as a teenager. And that resulted in addiction and led to stronger doses. He could get on the streets cheaper with heroin. And it led to him in and out of institutions and in homeless shelters and in incarceration. And just our family and my sister-in-law in particular, suffered incredibly, but always believed he could recover and come back. And I just think that this was an earlier time when we didn't have as much awareness in the programs. And even when he tried to get into a facility, it was not available to him. I think a lot of lessons were learned over the years where we would not lose someone like Michael again. And my sister and Michael's sister and my sister-in-law, they now are in the recovery community helping others. And that is the beauty of this. People who've been hit where it hurts the most, to lose a loved one, a son, a daughter, a spouse, a partner. You can turn inward and you can just woe what happened to your family and never really cover yourself, or you can harness that emotion and put it toward good. And that's what so many of these families has done. So thank you for inspiring me in what I do. All of you are just amazing heroes. And I've given this talk before and I've talked about this personal experience. but I never could have foreseen how our community could have been hit so hard with this pandemic. And the statistics are really just, they make you want to cry to know that we had a plan, we were investing more in supportive services, that we had more programs. I mean, Arlene González-Sánchez and I, when I went to more openings of supportive housing and other programs, we thought were making a difference. And then all of a sudden, this pandemic hit, and people who were reaching out to a community in person and could get support, isolated once again, left with their own thoughts and their own emotions. And many people lost their jobs and anxious about who's going to pay for the rent and who's going to even make sure there's food on the table. So it just really hit people hard across this country. But people who are in that more vulnerable position of being in recovery, where there's a fragility involved until they can ultimately conquer this, they're hard hit. And the numbers, who we've seen increases. I live in Erie County. Overdose deaths increased 77% since over the last year. Rensselaer County, right outside Albany, 41% increase. More people died in New York City because of this. And so what do? We're New Yorkers. We're tough. We're resilient. We get back up and we fight again. And that's all we can do. And our budget that the governor put forth reflects that we have to keep investing in programs that we know will work. And there's something that I do find is a very, very bright silver lining through all this, and that is the availability of telehealth services. Back when I was in Congress, I tried to get telehealth services covered by insurance companies and Medicare and Medicaid just for our returning veterans. So many of them who fell between the cracks and had PTSD and were substance abusers themselves, living in mostly rural areas or our hardest hit urban areas, they didn't have access to help, or it was too far to drive to, and they fell between the cracks and many just never recovered. I thought if we could have telehealth services where they could actually speak to a professional, a counselor, a doctor, get medication-assisted treatment prescribed after being able to talk to someone just literally on their computer or iPad or their phone. It made so much sense, but it didn't happen until now. And I believe that this is going to be one of the most dramatic changes in a turnaround, where you can get 24/7 care when someone can literally go to their home desk and at their kitchen table and turn on their computer and talk to someone and get a prescription and get that counseling that may just give them that lifeline they need at that very moment. So I think that's going to be transformative. I'm very excited about that. Also, we're going to continue making sure that we have access to, we're training more counselors and more people in the field. And I have to say that those of you who've made this your profession, you are the chosen ones. You are the ones who have defied all expectations, particularly if you're a doctor or medical provider. A lot of people go into certain prestigious type professions and categories of medical treatment. And I have to say, those who are willing to help literally someone who's in desperate need of survival and caring and understanding, you are truly the ones that rise above. You are the ones that understand the power that you can bring to solve someone's crisis with medicine, support, counseling, and ultimately getting them into housing until they feel that they have recovered. So that's what we're going to continue investing in. A rent relief program for many people. We have a new homelessness program. I have a list of all the ribbon cuttings and groundbreakings I've done just even during the pandemic. We did not let up opening new housing, whether it was in Binghamton with Helio Health or Howley in Orleans County and Buffalo, Rochester, Canandaigua, Liverpool, Bronx. I have been everywhere opening these facilities to make sure that people knew, even during a pandemic, that we can still have doors open, that someone can find the support and love they need to get healthy and be well again. So we'll continue that. We are not giving up. We feel even more compelled than ever before to help lift people up. That's what you do. That's what you're going to continue to do. And we're going to be there for you. And I will leave you with one thought. As I think about the roles that we all play in our respective positions, and I'm in government, my passion is to help people through government. But what you give individuals who come through your doors is something that is intangible, something we can't give in government. You give them hope. You give them a reason to continue getting up every day because someone like you believes in another person who needs help at that very moment. That is powerful. That is your gift, a purpose for you to be on this planet at this time. to give hope to others and help them recover. And for that, I thank you, and I ask God to watch over all of you, because your work is so critically important, especially as we help people come through this pandemic. So thanks for the chance to say hello. We will do this in person next time. We will be there together. And God bless every one of you in your journey to help others conquer something that we know is hitting far too many people, no fault of their own, particularly with this pandemic. But thank you very much, and we'll let you continue with this fabulous program.
Thank you. Thank you so much for your service to the recovery community. And thank you so much for your service to New York. You have always been there for us. We know you have our back, and you offer us hope. So thank you so much, and God bless you.
All right. Thank you very much. Bye.
So now I have the honor of introducing Commissioner Arlene González-Sánchez, who has more than 30 years experience in the fields of behavioral health services, administration, health policy development, and medical research. I know a lot of the folks watching this today, she needs no introduction because she is literally at every one of our events, right? Every one of the treatment provider events, every one of the youth events. She is there. She is entrenched within our community, working and serving side by side with us. Commissioner Arlene González-Sánchez was named to City and State 2020 Health Power List, which includes 100 of the most powerful people in the healthcare community. She was also named to their 2019 Nonprofit Power 100 list, which honors the most 100 influential people working in not-for-profit organizations focusing on civil rights, criminal justice, healthcare, education, immigration, and legal services. On a national level, Commissioner González-Sánchez serves as the first vice president of the National Association of the State Alcohol and Drug Abuse Directors Board. She has worked tirelessly to help ensure that culturally competent services are available to address the specific needs of various populations. She's also provided funding and support for multiple youth clubhouses. Our very own Youth Voice Matters is because of her efforts. And so I am so proud to introduce Commissioner Arlene González-Sánchez. You have to unmute, Commissioner. There you go.
Instead of unmuting. Well, thank you, Angelia, and good morning, everyone. I really want to thank the For New York leadership and the board members for coordinating and hosting the annual Step Up for Recovery Day. I know that given the pandemic, this was quite an undertaking, and I'm glad that everything was able to come together. Congratulations on your 12th anniversary. I mean, 12 years is quite an accomplishment. And I have to tell you, I look forward to many more years for us to all come together and celebrate recovery in New York State. So let us be thankful that we're here today, even though it's virtual. Whether you're in recovery yourself or attending in support of someone in recovery, you are welcomed and supported. So for those who unfortunately are not here with us today, I want to ask for 10 seconds moment of silence in remembrance of them. Thank you. I also want to express my gratitude and thank to the Lieutenant Governor, Kathy Hochul. I mean, her support and being there for all of our events really go a long way. She's really committed, and she not only talks about it, she expresses it and shows it by being at every single event we have. And I have to really openly and publicly thank her for that. To the legislators who have joined us today, we are very grateful for your support of our work at Oasis and the support you have shown for the thousands of New Yorkers and their families who have been affected by addiction. I also have the pleasure to welcome a number of recovery community organizations who are represented here today. I would also like to recognize all the peers who have joined us today, including our very own Youth Voices Matter participants and the Alumni Association of New York State. I have to say, this New Year's Eve was the best New Year's Eve I had in a long time. Why? Because I spent it with the Alumni Association. I'm so grateful that they opened the doors to me. And I have to tell you, it was the best in a long time. Thank you. So I want to thank you all for what you do and for the support that you continue to express during these very challenging times. So this event gives us an opportunity to reflect and exchange views on key issues. The great turnout today is a testament of the wide range of the recovery movement in New York. I understand there's over 1,200 people on this virtual conference today. That speaks a lot. I mean, that shows you the support there is out there and the need there is to continue our advocacy to stay together with the recovery movement, and we will. So 2020 is a year that will long be remembered and studied as a time of a global crisis. But we will remember it as a time when the recovery community showed strength and commitment in working together in supporting others affected by addiction. What was not easy before became even more challenging, but it was important to remember that you are New York tough and resilient. This day is all about delivering the message that recovery is achievable, it works, and that people in recovery lead impactful and meaningful lives. And although this is celebration of recovery, today is also a chance for you to speak with state lawmakers and let your voice be heard for the change that you want to see. You all have a role to play, and you can make a difference here today. This is an opportunity to help yourselves and others continue to build a life in recovery by supporting the ongoing efforts to fight addiction in New York. The COVID-19 pandemic has presented unique challenges in nearly all aspects of life, including addiction and recovery. But it has also allowed many of us to show our strengths. With all the evolving and rapid changes, we thank you for your patience and continued commitment. While addiction affects every individual differently, the impact of the pandemic reminded us we're all in this together. From the beginning, Oasis was proactive in disseminating guidance to our providers regarding the steps they should take to address the challenges brought on by the pandemic. I thank our providers for helping us to implement this guidance in your programs. To ensure limited interruption to our services, we work with the legislators to make changes to Medicare and Medicaid rules, enabling telehealth consultations for addiction to be reimbursed more easily. We have awarded funding to providers across New York to expand telepractice capacity, access to critical addiction services for individuals and families who may not otherwise seek out treatment. And when we also conducted a telehealth survey to assess the impact of delivery of services via telehealth. We heard you and we thank you for your input. Your contribution not only helped identify regions and topics of improvement, but helped to inform policy in addiction services. This will be extremely valuable as we move forward with expansions of telehealth practices. Our goal at Oasis is to ensure that recovery supports are available for all New Yorkers, no matter where they live. To support this effort, we have developed an entire statewide network of recovery support services. With your continued support, Oasis is leading the nation in developing a recovery-oriented system of care that is responsive to the needs of all New Yorkers. Despite the COVID-19 pandemic over the last year, we continue to make advancements to our recovery supports in communities across the state. The 32 Oasis Recovery Centers continue to provide recovery supports in the form of emotional, informational, and instrumental support and positive affiliation. These centers have helped more than 40,000 individuals each year. From their inception in 2017, the Centers of Treatment Innovation, better known as COTIs, continue to greatly expand their mobile treatment capacity, serving high-need counties throughout the New York State. COTI services have engaged more than 13,000 New Yorkers in treatment through non-traditional means and have helped providers expand their outreach in previously underserved areas. I am happy to say that last year we announced 2 rounds of funding to 63 providers to expand the availability and access to addiction treatment services in underserved regions of the state, enabling providers to purchase and operate mobile treatment vehicles. We now have these services available in every county in New York State. Our SERPers program also continued to expand. We now have 820 SERPers, 892 SERPer provisionals, and 10 SERPer families in New York State. And I am happy to announce that SUNY Suffolk County Community College commenced the much-awaited SERPer training curriculum, which includes a field practicum of internship. We expect to add more through our collaboration with CUNY Queensborough to develop a training guide for peers working within the emergency departments. A pilot has already been launched for this. OASIS continues to provide funding to support scholarships and training for certified recovery peer advocates this year. Excuse me. And our 24-hour, 7-day-a-week toll-free Hope Line is integrating peer support services to provide a holistic menu of services to New Yorkers struggling with an addiction or whose loved ones are struggling, helping them continue to find help and hope. Over the past year, we announced funding for expansions of addiction treatment facilities in the Southern Tier and Finger Lakes region. We awarded grants to address the opioid crisis by increasing access to medication-assisted treatment for the treatment of opioid use disorder as part of our efforts to continue to reduce unmet treatment need, opioid overdose-related deaths, and provide a comprehensive continuum of treatment prevention and recovery. OASIS launched a new public awareness campaign to address the risk of increased use of alcohol to cope with stress, including stress brought on by the pandemic. The campaign included radio, streaming, and social media focusing on warning signs, healthy alternatives to alcohol use, and information on negative impacts on mental and physical health. Lastly, many of you may be aware of a proposal to integrate the services of OASIS and OMH into a new single agency. As we work towards a potential integration, let me assure you that we will continue with our commitment to ensure that our SUD population has all the resources they need for the prevention, treatment, and recovery of addiction. While we have accomplished quite a bit, there is still more to be done. With your help and commitment to recovery, we can stretch our accomplishments further. We can continue to advocate for the services that you want to see in your communities and continue to help those who are affected by addiction. Together, we will continue to establish New York as a place where people can feel fully supported and have immediate access to the services they need. Congratulations and thank you again for New York for making this virtual day a reality. I hope all of you have a wonderful and productive day, and I look forward to seeing all of you back here next year, hopefully in person. So thank you and congratulations once again on a great virtual conference.
Thank you, Commissioner González-Sánchez. Thank you for always supporting the recovery community. We are forever indebted to you for that. Have a great rest of the day, and we hope to have you stick around a little bit longer. Usually you're with us for the most part of the programming, and so we are grateful that you are with us once again. Thank you so much.
Thank you. My pleasure.
And so now we have the pleasure of not having in person, but having a video from the Majority Leader, Andrea Stewart-Cousins. And so let me just read a little bit about her, and then we will tune up the video. So in just her first year as Senate Majority Leader, Andrea Stewart-Cousins led the most productive legislative session in state history. She has widely been recognized as a trailblazer in local and state government and a champion for progressive action. In 2012, she became the first woman, an African-American woman, to lead a New York State legislative conference. And in 2019, she shattered the glass ceiling with her peers, elected her as temporary president and majority leader of the state Senate. She's my personal hero for Black History Month, but I will share her with you guys. So I have the pleasure of introducing through video our beloved Majority Leader Andrea Stewart-Cousins.
Hello, I'm Andrea Stewart-Cousins, the Majority Leader of the New York State Senate. Addiction continues to ravage communities across the state and does not discriminate. Addiction knows no zip code or age. When one makes the brave decision to start recovery treatment, it's important that they have services to help them throughout the process. Recovery is not linear, and for many, it is a very long road. Because addiction can affect every age group, ethnicity, gender, recovery services must be diverse and inclusive. This is why Friends of Recovery New York is an important partner in this fight. By creating a network of recovery advocates from different corners of the state, you are ensuring that New York will adequately address the underlying issues that come with addiction. When speaking about recovery, it is important that we find ways to support and not punish. This includes correcting the wrongs of the past, where Black and Latinx people with addiction issues were criminalized. Last year, the Senate majority took major steps to combat the opioid crisis. We understand that this is not the only addiction crisis that is ravaging our state, but the legislation that we pass will help all New Yorkers who are in recovery. The Joint Senate Task Force on Opioids, Addiction, and Overdose Prevention held hearings, coordinated with experts, and helped identify ways the state government would be better able to combat the opioid crisis and help New Yorkers suffering from substance misuse and addiction. In addition, the proposed 2021-22 budget includes $918.9 million for the Office for Addiction Services and Supports, a $94.3 million increase over last year. This funding allows New York to address addiction services at all levels and enables us to better serve impacted individuals. Today, we show our support to those who are in recovery process and to those who are still battling addiction. I want to thank Senator Pete Harckham, the chair of the Committee on Alcoholism and Substance Abuse, Senator Gustavo Rivera, chair of the Health Committee, and my new senator, Senator Samra Brook, chair of Mental Health Committee, for their leadership in efforts to combat addiction and create access to recovery services. I also want to thank all the advocates and people who have continued to speak up about the needs of the recovery community. New York has to lead the way and save lives. The Senate Democratic majority is committed to the comprehensive approach needed to do just that. Thank you so much.
Hi, everyone. What a beautiful message from leadership. We are truly growing as a community. I'm just so excited to be here, and this message that we are putting forward has just been we're becoming more and more clear as a community as to what we need. And it's such a diverse issue, and I'm so glad that, you know, we have this support from leadership. I also want to, you know, I'm transitioning now to our supporters in the legislature, and we are just so grateful to have the connections that we do. And the next person that we have up is just a true leader in this community. He cares about this issue. This issue is personal to him, and he and his staff are just fighters, and they know how to get things done. And I'm just so grateful to have Senator Harkin's support. Several of his bills are on our priority list as we go out there and talk to legislators. And I just want to share that gratitude. And thank you, Senator Harkin. You have been coming to Stand Up for Recovery Day now since you entered the Senate. You are a fighter for us, and thank you. Welcome.
Thank you so very much, Allison. Thank you for those kind words. Welcome from snowy Albany. It's great to be with you all. I'm really sorry that we can't be together in person, but if we keep doing the things we know to keep us safe, keep wearing our masks, social distance, and when the vaccine is available to you, please get it, and then hopefully we can all be together next year. It's an ongoing battle that we have, you know, funding, legislation, good policy, ending stigma. And as someone in long-term recovery, you know, your issues are my issues, your cause is my cause. So so grateful to have the support of our leader, Andrea Stewart-Cousins, who appointed me to chair this committee and also allowed us to form the task force. So we are really grateful for her leadership on these issues as well. So this year, like many years, is challenging. The state equivalent of the budget has been cut. Yes, we're looking forward to some federal block grant money, which will make a huge difference. So we want to A, make sure we get that money, and B, make sure it gets out the door quickly for prevention, treatment, and recovery. So it's essential that we get that money out the door. We're also looking at some things in the budget that could be good. The possible merger of OASIS and OMH. I know some people have some trepidation about that. I think ultimately, if it's done properly, this can be a good thing for a couple reasons. One, treating co-occurring disorders, treating the whole person holistically, streamlining the funding streams. But more importantly, I think what this will do is by creating a larger behavioral health entity with more clout, it will create a louder voice for advocating for behavioral health for everyone on both sides of the spectrum. But we've got to do it right. The providers on both sides of the ledger need to have a seat at the table. They need to be listened to, and the particular way they do certain things in their professions need to be respected. But I think if we do it correctly, this will be a positive step forward. Legislatively, there's still more to be done. The MAT Medicaid bill that we did last year that ended prior authorization, unfortunately, has been implemented by the administration in a way that not as we had hoped. So we've got some work that we've got to do there, and we've got to end these punitive audits from the Medicaid Inspector General's office that are literally shutting down vitally needed treatment slots. But a lot on the horizon that is hopeful. As we said, you know, this money in the federal block grant, nearly $100 million, that can be a very, very positive thing. So please keep advocating. Don't lose the faith. And I'm sorry, again, we can't be together, but we will be together next year, but we're together in spirit. And you make a great difference with your advocacy of every corner of the state. So reach out, please, to every legislator, and let's keep ending the stigma. You know, that's where it starts, is ending stigma and moving forward with parity for other healthcare measures. So thank you so much for inviting me. Look forward to seeing you all in person and continuing our collaboration on many of these issues, and Godspeed, and thanks for having me. Good to see everybody.
Thank you so much, Senator. I know you have a very busy day, so thanks for being here and sharing your time and all you do for the recovery community.
Thank you, Allison.
So next, we will have Nick Dial from Assemblymember Linda Rosenthal's office. Assemblywoman Rosenthal has been a huge advocate for us for years and years, and she recently moved from the Committee on Alcoholism and Substance Use Disorder to the Committee on Social Services, and we know that that committee is still extremely essential to our community, and we know that she's going to remain an ally. I actually was a staff member in the Assembly about 10 years ago now, and it's such a crucial job, and I want to let you know, everybody who's watching that has meetings later, it's so important to meet with the legislative staff. They do such hard work. And I just want to say, we have Nick coming on. Nick is a great ally to us. He is always available to give us information that we need. And I just want to say thank you, Nick, for coming and representing the Assemblywoman. It's great to have you, and thanks for all the work you continue to do.
Thank you, Allison. Good morning, everybody. As Allison said, I'm Nick Geil, Assemblymember Rosenthal's legislative aide, and it's great to see all of you virtually for this year's Stand Up for Recovery Day. For anybody that not be familiar, Assemblymember Rosenthal represents the 67th Assembly District, which includes the Upper West Side and parts of Hell's Kitchen in Manhattan. For the last 5 years, she has served as chair of the Assembly Committee on Alcoholism and Drug Abuse, but last month was appointed chair of the Committee on Social Services. She's currently wrapped up in a budget hearing, so she unfortunately could not step out, but I wanted to come on and show our appreciation for Friends of Recovery and all of the work that you all do. It's an event that we look forward to each year, and even though it's different this year and we're not seeing a sea of advocates in the convention center in Albany, I'm sure you'll be making just as big of an impact today. For years, we've had the privilege of working with Friends of Recovery and all of you, help enact policies that improve the lives of those living with and in recovery from substance use disorders. I know the Assembly member is so proud of everything that we were able to achieve in that committee. She will surely miss the committee and the amazing set of advocates that come along with it, but please know that she is not going far. This is not a goodbye. She remains 100% committed to these issues, and I'm sure she will be still fighting alongside you in this new capacity. One of the things that's been so difficult over the last year for everybody has been obviously the COVID pandemic, but as the Assembly member has said before, and we held a hearing on, it's been particularly difficult for those battling a substance use disorder. Those in recovery and those working on the front lines of this crisis continue to provide care to those who need it most. For people battling a substance use disorder during the pandemic, the very things that they relied on to get well and stay well were disrupted, whether it's a steady day-to-day routine or a support group that they meet with, regular visits to a treatment center, those sorts of things were all disrupted. And despite the need for even greater protection of individuals with substance use disorders during COVID, there were, as we know, hospital emergency rooms and detox facilities that closed. We had syringe exchange programs that were less accessible. It was harder for people to access naloxone. Some of our providers had difficulty getting PPE for a number of weeks at the start of the pandemic. Telehealth visits, even though the Assembly member did legislation that allowed audio-only telehealth visits to be reimbursable, many people still struggled to access telehealth appointments. We know that a methadone delivery program was established in New York City, but people elsewhere in the state obviously did not have such a program, and many still had to travel each day to their treatment program. And that's just the start of the issues that we saw. But throughout it all, it was treatment and recovery programs who continued to show up each day for everybody and make sure that they remain protected. So kudos to you for all of your work. So 2020 obviously was a very difficult year, and we know that there is a lot of hard work that still lies ahead. For months, the Assembly member has been speaking with the Department of Health to try to get overdose data, which we know still has not come out, and we don't have any data from during the pandemic. Nationwide, we've seen that overdose rates have increased, and we have seen reports from different counties around the state that overdoses have also gone up over the last year, but we still don't have any statewide data. So that's something that she will continue to be pushing on so that we can get those numbers and know where to be putting our resources. Overcoming the crisis and getting back on track is going to require bold action, including the Assembly members' legislation to authorize safer consumption spaces. These facilities, there are more than 100 of them worldwide now, provide a safe space for people to use pre-obtained drugs under the watchful eye of medical professionals. Nobody has ever overdosed in a safer consumption space or an overdose prevention center, and I'm sure that had these sites been in place prior to COVID-19, we surely would have seen fewer overdoses in the state. It also provides families peace of mind knowing that their loved ones are safe and that they have a place to go. And I think one of the things to drive home here is that these spaces are not just about consumption. They're designed to connect individuals with support and the services that they need, counseling, treatment, housing, everything else, so that they can begin their road to recovery when they're ready. They allow people to take that first step into that new world of recovery, and it's another tool at our disposal that we need to be using. Same goes for medication-assisted treatment. The Assembly member is the sponsor of legislation to require medication-assisted treatment in all state jails and prisons, where we know people are disproportionately impacted by substance use disorder, but the treatment is just not as widely available as we would like to see it. We know that medication-assisted treatment works, and when we use it in our prisons and jails, it helps reduce recidivism. It allows people to reintegrate back into society more easily upon their release. But this year, the executive budget is looking to cut funding for these programs by 50%, and that's a major cut. We know that it's already available in far too few correctional facilities throughout the state, so we definitely do not want to see it in even fewer. So we would like to pass that legislation this year. Another key component to recovery, as you all know, is recovery housing. Housing is healthcare, and for a person recovering from addiction, having a steady and a safe place to rest their head at night with the support of others who know their struggle could be key to their recovery. There are countless individuals battling substance use disorders who are seeking these shelters, and we need to make sure that they are not being preyed upon by deceptive operators, and we need to have a good system in place to oversee recovery housing and make sure that it's available to everybody as they need it, when they need it. And we look forward to working with all of you in the coming months to make that happen this year as well. So there's obviously many challenges that lie ahead, but we're confident with the team at Friends of Recovery and all of you on the call today that we'll be able to advance a lot of life-saving legislation this year. And as I said earlier, even though the Assembly member is no longer chair of this committee, just know that she is 100% committed to this fight, and she'll still be fighting alongside everybody every step of the way. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Nick. Those issues are so near and dear to us, and we know that you and the Assemblywoman are fighting each and every day to make all of those issues a reality, and we're behind you 100%.
Thanks, Allison.
Thank you, Nick. Have a great day. All right, next we have our new chair of the Committee on Alcoholism and Substance Use Disorder. We are so excited to have him. He is a fighter. He's known as being a fighter. He happens to be from my neck of the woods, the Schenectady, Albany area. And I don't know that he has entered the room yet, but we are very excited to have him. So in the meantime, before we get to Assemblyman Phil Steck, I'm wondering if any of our recovery speakers are on. I don't know if Rich has made it here yet. He's going to be giving a talk on advocacy. And Ashley Livingston, of course, is going to be doing our rally call. And while I have a moment, while we start to gather some of those folks. I would like to just tell you all what the rest of the day entails. So from here, after we get our rally call, Jeff has put together videos and videos and videos of people rallying because we couldn't all be together for this piece. However, it's going to still be really motivating. In the afternoon time, For New York is hosting a legislative cookie chat for legislators that have a clear connection with the recovery community, whether they're specifically working with addiction or transportation, housing, racial justice platforms. We have invited members from throughout both the Senate and Assembly, and we have about 13 legislators RSVP'd for that meeting. Also at 12:30, we are going to be having, for those who registered, and we got about 500 people to register. They have all gotten a link to join and see our virtual sponsors. If you did not, get that link, you can contact us, info@fornewyork.org, and we can give you that information. And we are doing sponsor presentations in the afternoon. And, really the meat and potatoes of this day, we have over 60 people. We have over 60 people that have registered for meetings all around the state. And so I think we are going to have all of probably the biggest impact that we have had yet, going around with our policy statement and being able to showcase that. Hello, Dr. Angelia Smith-Wilson.
If we were in person, I would ease my way on the stage at this time, right? And I would wrap my arm around you. So you got to lean in. You got to lean in for my hug, Allie. You got to lean in. Okay. All right. So, folks, while we have this quick break in our schedule for just a moment, I was supposed to introduce our famous Director of Policy, Allison Weingarten, but we wanted to keep it moving, so she just came right up, and being the true trooper she is, she was like, "Oh, I'm on? Okay, I'm on." But I want to personally take a moment in our schedule to let the entire state knows that this one person right here is the main coordinator for this Stand Up for Recovery Day. This is Allison's project. This is her other child. And it is really something that she puts her whole heart into. Having the ability to work on a community level with all the advocates, and then hustle our way back over to meet with legislators, and then rearrange our schedules like crazy every day to ensure that we get the important meetings with the people that make policies possible for the recovery community is not an easy feat. And Allison does it with a big heart, with a gracious soul, and just an altogether like I'm in it. So from the entire For New York staff, including myself, Allison, I want to thank you and congratulate you personally on your 12th annual Stand Up for Recovery Day and the success that it has been and it will continue to be. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Angelia.
And also, this is an opportunity for me to talk briefly about, to say thank you for one of the sponsors that I missed, right? So this is a great time as well. I forgot to send a shout out to the Foundation's Recovery Center as being one of our sponsors. again, all of our sponsors, we would not be able to do this without you. So this was an opportunity to thank Allison and an opportunity to thank the Foundation's Recovery Center. And so now I will edge my way off the stage and turn it back over to Allison.
Thank you so much, Angelia. And, you know, I do want to say, though, that I've learned so much from Angelia in this time. And, you know, she's really helped us to, you know, bring really that racial justice frame to all of these issues. And I think that we are moving as a organization to really, you know, really embrace the recovery community in all its diversity and lift each and every member of the community. And I honestly wouldn't have seen that, you know, without you, Dr. Angelia Smith-Wilson. And I just appreciate your leadership and your support. And I also want to say that, you know, yes, this event is so much work. It's different this year. We didn't have to do the you know, all the food and all and the space and the buzz, but it is, you know, it's virtual. And one thing I wanted to say is that, you know, there's no greater motivation to me than the individuals and families that we work with who are so passionate and who have worked with us through this whole process and have put everything they have in. And I just want to give a special shout out to Jeff Watson, who has just done a fantastic job of just, you know, embracing this technology moment and really just helping us get to this place of this professionalism. So now, without further ado, our new Assembly Chair, Phil Steck, is here. We are so excited to have him with this committee. Hi, Assemblyman. Thank you for being here.
Hi, is this working?
It is absolutely working,
Okay.
and I am going to exit, and you are going to speak. And thank you so much for being here. I know it's a very busy day.
From doing battle with several different browsers. I'm a Mac user, and this platform doesn't support the Mac browser, which is called Safari. So hence, it took me a long time to get into this. You know, where to start with this? I mean, this is a chronically underfunded area. It is something that the governor, you know, doesn't seem to put on his high list of priorities. Witness the fact that the opioid surcharge and opioid settlement funds have not clearly been committed to this space. I could certainly go through with you what the cuts are planned in this area. I guess, I don't know if Senator Harckham had done that or not. But we're certainly in the Assembly going to try and stave off these cuts. There is an influx of a federal block grant money, but that money is not yet committed by the federal government. We don't know what it can be used for. And so under current conditions, the governor has planned a variety of budget cuts. I would say the only good news is that minimum wage funding is being provided. However, the cost of living adjustment, give with one hand, take with another, the cost of living adjustment is being deferred again under the governor's budget. And the cuts that he has planned to are substantial HIV early intervention services decreased $3.5 million. New York State Department of Education Substance Abuse Prevention and Intervention Specialist Program, 20% reduction. Jail-based use disorder treatment, where we've made a lot of progress, reduced by 50%. eliminating regional addiction resource centers of $903,000. Those are centers that provide information to individuals and families in identifying and assessing local resources for prevention, treatment, and recovery. Those are services that actually could be provided elsewhere. No one that I've spoken to feels that strongly about this, but here's one where they would. Reduced funding for outpatient rehabilitation services by 50%, reduced public awareness campaign funding by $500,000, and elimination of $3.5 million in grants to community-based providers. Those are grants that were either obtained by assembly members or senators. OASIS is going to be authorized to establish practice standards for addiction professionals and fees for credentialing, licensing, certifying, or authorizing addiction professionals. And then the proposal to merge OMH and OASIS. The chair of the Mental Health Committee is very opposed to that. She feels that it will actually not be helpful to the addiction treatment community, and the counter argument would be it might provide a better platform for combining mental health and addiction treatment services. I want to go off in a completely different direction at the moment. And what I want to talk about briefly is the overall problem that we need to solve if we are going to stop fighting a rearguard action against cuts in this area. We need revenue at the state level. The current streams of revenue available to the state are insufficient to fund ongoing programs, even if we were not in a COVID environment. So whether it's increases in personal income taxes on extremely high wealth earners, or it's my stock transfer tax, which would raise about $11 billion a year on average. If we really want to be serious about addressing the need for additional resources in this area, that's what we have to do. And I think that is critically important. I just want to, before I comment on that, I see some of the background noise here on the chats. I just want to point out that I was up in Clifton Park and it is snowing, and I had a very difficult time getting safely home. But I certainly thank you for inviting me. I'm happy to be here. But again, getting back to the revenue issue is critical. And I want to say this. I want to dispel any notions that what the governor is proposing on the revenue side is adequate. It's not. The governor's proposing increasing taxes on those making $5 million or more. He's proposing legalizing marijuana, which involves some taxation that certainly a lot of the revenue raised would have to go to the treatment side. He's proposing legalizing sports betting, and he's accounting for $3 billion of federal additional assistance in 2021, even with all those things. The reason for all these cuts is he's trying to close a $10.2 billion deficit. So it remains to be seen how this is all going to be resolved. I have some degree of optimism in the area of recovery that we can find revenue from the federal block grant and that we could get some of the money from the opioid settlement and the opioid surcharge to stave off these cuts. And we look forward to working with you to make that happen.
Thank you so much, Assemblyman. These are all really important initiatives. Especially, we especially appreciated your words during the hearing last week, talking about how we really need to take any extra revenue that comes in and put it where it really should go, where it's meant to go. And we just appreciate you always being willing to fight for that.
Yes, it should not be used to take general fund money that goes to Oasis away and substitute for that. The idea of this was because the pharmaceutical companies had been pushing opioids on the public, the idea of the settlement and of the surcharge was to fund remedial measures for what they did, not to use it to fund state operations generally.
Awesome. So, Assemblyman, just, one last sentence. What do you encourage all of these advocates out here to do when they're out with their legislators this afternoon?
You don't really want to ask me that question because I say oftentimes in the Democratic Conference of the New York State Assembly, I have 3 words for you: stock, transfer, tax.
All right.
Without revenue raising, we're in a real bind.
Well, thank you so much for that. And we're really glad to be working with you, and advocacy doesn't stop here. So we're happy to have you on board.
Sorry for the delay between the technology and the driving. It was difficult.
It all worked out. We're glad you're safe.
Thank you for your patience.
Absolutely. All right. And next we have the original founder of Friends of Recovery New York, someone I am so grateful to call my friend. He is active in our federal organization, Faces and Voices of Recovery. He's active in For New York. He's active in Long Island with the Long Island Recovery Association. You name it, he is active in it. He has just so many different hats, and he dedicates himself to each and every one. He provides guidance to me. He provides guidance to our policy, and he really knows what he's doing, and he continues to share his knowledge with the recovery community in order to train us to be able to go out there and really make change. So I'm so honored to introduce the one and only Richard Buckman.
Hi, Allison. Good morning. Great job.
Thank you.
Hi, everybody. First and foremost, I had the distinct pleasure and privilege and also good timing back in 2008 to be named the founding president of Friends of Recovery New York. Our group here on Long Island had been in existence since back in 2000. So I want to take you on a little trip down memory lane for a minute. First of all, let me say thank you to all the other speakers, our state officials, and especially Team For New York right here, who did such a great job. So 21 years ago this month, about 25 of us from Long Island boarded a bus and we went to Albany on a snowy, frigid day to meet with state lawmakers in an effort to initiate change for individuals and families impacted by addiction. We continued that annual trek for 9 more years until we created For New York in 2008. And then in 2009, we began what has now become Stand Up for Recovery Day, where all the other areas of the state joined in thanks to the hard work and outreach efforts of For New York. So since we started working together with other allies across the state, we succeeded in securing tens of millions of dollars in increased funding for Oasis, leading to significant investments in recovery, including the opening of more than 30 recovery community centers, a dozen youth clubhouses, and the creation of more than 35 recovery community organizations. This is phenomenal growth, folks. If you think that back when we started in 2000, we were the only recovery community organization in New York State. And then one of our proudest and most significant achievements was being able to convince Oasis, who had mainly been on the sidelines for many years, to invest in For New York. And we were able to secure $2.5 million, hear that, invested in recovery directly into For New York. And we're so grateful to Oasis and the support of Commissioner Arlene González-Sánchez and the advocacy efforts of our good friend and ally, former Chief Counsel Rob Kent, who now will be representing us as White House counsel to the Office of National Drug Control Policy in DC. So we're really thrilled that Rob is taking his talents to DC to help us. Also chiefly responsible for changing the Oasis name was Rob in eliminating the harmful pejorative language. I wanted to share a quick story with you. Back in 2004, I wrote a letter to then Oasis Commissioner Gorman, asking him to take substance abuse out of the name of Oasis. 2004. In 2019, thanks to Rob and the commissioner, Oasis changed its name to the Office of Addiction Services and Supports. So sometimes advocacy takes a little while. In this case, 15 years, if you will. We've also seen more than 25 bills passed addressing insurance discrimination and bias towards our community. We've seen the implementation of medication-assisted treatment, the standard of care, improving treatment outcomes and saving lives as it's been integrated into the treatment programs here in New York. Our collective movement, consisting of people in recovery, families who've either lost a loved one, have a member in recovery, or one who is still struggling, our friends and allies, has grown significantly to become a constituency of consequence. Today, there are about 70 legislative meetings taking place in Senate and Assembly districts across the state. Remember that your legislators work for you. They want to be able to do something for you. They are human and relate to our issues, sometimes on a deeply personal level. Your stories, some tragic and many triumphant, are the lifeblood of our movement. So let's get out there today and speak our collective language of the heart. May God bless you and guide you in your work today. Thank you all.
Thank you so much, Rich. That was really beautiful and so inspiring. You truly are the OG, and I just love working with you. Now we will go to one of my BFFs. I am so glad to work with her. One day we will have our own firm called A&A Consulting. I am sending it over to the one and only Ashley Livingston.
Hey, all right, guys, I'm Ashley. I'm a person in recovery. I love you, Al. They took you off the screen super quick. I just want to thank Lights On until we all came to the table. So today was wonderful. The morning speakers were great, right? But now this really is read. These policymakers work for you. We need to seat at the table. Nothing about us without us. And I want to give a huge shout out to Rob, who had injury today, or he would be watching. So we're about to be in the White House, people. Woo! So get out there and legislate, because all of us could possibly go to the White House. You don't know. So what do we want, guys? Recovery! When do we want it? No. What do we want? Funding! Get out there and get that money. Thank you, Phil, for talking about the opioid legislation. We have additional funding in the SAPT grant. Recovery deserves that. We need equity across the continuum. So that means prevention, treatment, and recovery. We just as much money. We're sick of getting shortchanged. Get out there and tell them we do recover. Recovery is a reality, and we want money. Have a good day, guys. Joining us.
Hi, everybody. It is my absolute pleasure, and I mean that in all seriousness, to introduce my close personal friend, one of my own recovery supports, a true recovery warrior in every sense of the phrase, pure professional supervisor, actor, singer, dancer, you name it, Mr. George Feaster.
Thank you very much, Ben. And hey, everybody. You know, I wish I was standing on the steps of the Capitol and shouting at the top of my lungs and telling everybody, we got well. We got well. But with COVID and the changing times, I'm sitting in my tiny office in my RCOC in Delaware County. And because not only we do recover, we adapt, and we still continue to come together. Today, I stand up for hope because only a few short years ago, I didn't have any. I was broken. I was alone. I was, as a mutual aid support speaker would say, Ray O'Keefe, I had crossed that line that no human being should have to pass. And I'm sure most of us in recovery have passed that line, but we do recover. And we're here together today to affect legislation and policy can't happen without advocacy. I've been a professional actor my whole life, and it was about self-promotion, working for Fordu and as a peer, and with my recoveries, I have gotten a great gift, the gift of humility, because it's no longer about me. So I wrote a musical, and it's my experience, strength, and hope. It's called The Road, a rock and roll qualification, and I wrote it with my dear friend Glenn Sherman. And I am very honored and humbled that For New York has asked me to share with you a piece. Now, I'm not in Albany, and I'm not with the band, but maybe next year we can let our hair down. But I wanted to put together this short video to inspire hope through advocacy. I tried to get recovery many times in my life, and this movement helped me to finally obtain. So I want to thank all the people at For New York who helped me with this. I want to thank Greg Williams from the Anonymous People, and I really want to thank my own organization, Fordu, who has Fordu and working for Fordu has changed everything in my life today. And it's about my recoveries and not me. And I also want to thank from the bottom of my heart one of our founding members for this movement, my mentor, my colleague, and my dear, dear friend, David Ramsey, for inspiring me to do what I do today. So without further ado, from my musical, The Road, a rock and roll qualification, I give you forgiveness.
Well, the shadows that they surround me, and all my walls are caving in. At the crossroads of confusion, I'm too damn tired of suffering. Shake, shake, shake this resistance. Find the power to begin.
Wow. What a morning we have had. And it's not over, as Ashley has said. George, that took my breath away. So thank you so much. Thank you so much to all of our speakers. This is what recovery stands for. This is what recovery is about. This is why we stand. This is why we advocate, because you've witnessed today an incredible amount of talent, of energy, of resiliency, just of transformative power. And as Ashley said, and as Allison has continued to say, we don't stop advocating after today. It is every single day. And so as I begin to leave you with more individuals who are participating in virtual walks and who are giving you more and more energy and giving you what they stand for and why they do this, I want you all to understand the importance and significance of you being here today. We streamed over a variety of different platforms, and Recovery Community, you did not disappoint. I thank you from the bottom of our hearts. I thank you for all of those families that your energy and that you being here will help. I thank you for all of those individuals across New York State. By you standing today will help. I thank you for all of the individuals in the Black and Brown community that will have access to recovery services because we are standing today, and because we will continue to stand until we are satisfied with where recovery lands in this world, where it is celebrated in this world. So I thank you. I wish you well on all of your legislative visits today. They are so much needed. As Allison has said, we have counted over 60 legislative visits across New York State today. So I wish you well, recovery community. And I say, please, please continue to stand up for recovery. We love you. And now I am sending it to our virtual walkers and our virtual recovery talkers. Thank you, guys.
Good afternoon. This is Christina from Fort Dutchess, and I'm out here with my kids freezing in the snow, but we're out here for recovery. We're standing up for those who can't, breaking the cycle, and children of parents with SUD. Thanks for coming out today. We're so excited to be here. Woo! For New York! Fort Dutchess! Recovery!
Hey, hello everyone. Friends of Recovery New York, Louis LeBoy, Emma Bowen. We stand up for recovery. What do we want? Recovery. When do we want it? Now. What do we want? Recovery. When do we want it? Now. What do we want? Recovery. When do we want it? Now. What do we want? Recovery. When do we want it? Now. What do we want? Recovery. When do we want it? Now. What do we want? Recovery. When do we want it? Now. What do we want? Recovery. When do we want it? Now.
Hi, I'm Albert. I'm the president of the Oasis Alumni Association of New York State Steering Committee. I stand up for recovery, health, and wellness.
Hi, my name is Elsie Demers, and I'm a person in sustained recovery. And today, I'm going to tell you what I stand up for in the recovery community. I stand up for the loved ones who have lost their loved ones in the killing fields of addiction. I'm also here to tell you I'm standing up for all the people who are trying to get into treatment, that we stand up to have treatment on demand so our people can recover and be in this fight with us. And that's what I stand up for. Thanks.
Go ahead, Sam.
Hello, my name is Sam Underwood. I'm a Serpa P, and I work for Emma Bowen, also known as Upper Manhattan Mental Health Center. And I'm out here outreaching, giving out sandwiches, and helping people in the community. And I stand up for recovery.
Hi, I'm Trish. I'm an advocate for recovery, and I stand up for what is right and just. On Stand Up for Recovery Day, we join together to educate and to urge our leaders to pass specific bills that will assist those with substance use disorder. It is because of our own experiences that we are able to advocate for change. I stand up as a mom who witnessed the barriers out there, making it difficult to begin and stay on a path of recovery. I stand up for everyone because they deserve access to all things needed, like medication, housing, transportation, and job opportunities. Recovery begins when one is ready, but the access to treatment needs to be there as well. Without the support and services from doctors, families, peers, and the community, I don't feel recovery would be possible. Won't you join me today in standing up for recovery?
Hi, my name's Catherine, and I'm the Marketing and Community Engagement Manager for the Seaway Valley Prevention Council. February 9th is Stand Up for Recovery Day. And just like every other day, I stand up for those who need a lending hand, for those who have a voice that needs to be heard, or for somebody who has a story that might help somebody else. That's my hashtag Stand Up For. Join us on February 9th for Stand Up for Recovery.
Good evening, friends. Friends of Recovery New York. This video is for Stand Up for Recovery 2021. I am here with the LaBoy family, my family, representing the Alumni Association. And at this time, we want to let you know what we stand up for.
I stand up for housing.
I stand up for parents who lost a loved one to overdose.
I stand up to youth prevention programs and education.
I stand up for families in recovery.
Ooh, and I stand up for safe injection facilities. And we all stand up for recovery. Recovery. Peace and blessings.
Hi, my name is Christina.
My name is Alara.
And my name is Kristen.
And we are from Friends of Recovery
Duchess. We are here with some of our members to celebrate Stand Up for Recovery Day.
We are standing with the recovery community to advocate for resources and support.
We are here to share what we stand up for.
Together, 4 Duchess stands up for recovery.
Hi guys, my name is Ashley Livingston and I'm a person in sustained recovery. For me, that means I haven't used a mood or mind-altering substance in 7 years. I'm able to be a pet parent, a daughter, a sister, an auntie, and I'm also co-chair of Friends of Recovery Warren, Washington, my local recovery community organization. I'm here today to do the I Stand For challenge. So I'm here today to stand for celebrating and elevating of all pathways. I truly believe that there's no wrong door to recovery, and I believe in equity across pathways. So I'm here today to tell you that harm reduction, along with mutual aid and any other form, natural, on your own, faith-based, are all the same, and there is no wrong door to recovery. So I hope that
Hi, my name is Judy Moffett and I am a family member in recovery, and what that means to me is that my life has been impacted by the addiction of someone that I love very much. I stand up for recovery for all families who have been impacted by addiction. Family members need and deserve resources to help combat this generational trauma of addiction. Recovery is a reality, and it is the answer for combating this horrific health crisis in our nation.
Hi, I'm Jordan.
I'm Jaden. I'm Janessa. We are the children of a parent struggling with substance use.
We stand for stronger family resources and for breaking the cycle.
Stand with us for Stand Up for Recovery Day.
Good morning. My name is Willie Towns. I'm the alumni coordinator for New York State OASIS. I stand up for individuals in recovery and those that are not in recovery as of right now. Okay. Those that are homeless and incarcerated. Everyone looking for resources such as employment, training, and housing opportunities. I stand up because I refuse to sit down. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Sue Martin and I'm standing up for recovery on February 9th. It's going to be a virtual event where we meet with our legislators. We'd love you to join us. We're fighting to increase access to treatment for people who are willing patients who want to get into treatment, and we're looking for better housing and better transportation and better coverage of the treatment once they get in. Please come and join us. The links are in my thing. Again, this is Sue Martin standing up for recovery. Thanks. Bye.
Hello, everyone. This is Luis Laboy. I'm in the steering committee for the New York State Alumni Association. And this is for Friends of Recovery New York, for the Stand Up for Recovery Day. And I want to advocate, I want to stand up for those parents who have children who are out there using and having a hard time seeking treatment. I want to advocate for those parents that have lost a loved one. I want to advocate for the funding that's being acquired from Big Pharma to be issued to OASIS, so we can continue the struggle, so we can continue providing services to these people that are suffering a great deal. So the Big Pharma money should definitely go to OASIS. Let's mention this to our legislators when we visit them at 1 o'clock on this day. Thank you.
Hello, friends. Deb Rhodes here. I'm a family member, ally, and friend of recovery. I've been in this workforce for over 35 years, and today I want to tell you that I want to stand up for our workforce, our addiction professionals, prevention, treatment, and especially recovery professionals who are working really hard right now, especially in the pandemic, who continually transform people's lives and have been working tirelessly to help people find recovery, whatever pathway that is. I also would like to encourage our political leaders and our policy leaders to continue to look at the funding structures that support recovery professionals. We are certainly not on par with other healthcare professionals, and I would encourage you to really take a look at that. Please join us on February 9th for Stand Up for Recovery Day. Thank you.
What's up, virtual world? Chelsea Curley here with Recovery Fitness, and I am a person in recovery. There's a little cardinal behind me in this tree that just showed up. I don't know if you can see it on here, which is pretty amazing. To me, you know, cardinals have always kind of represented someone who is no longer here with us visiting. And this is just random and unexpected, but this is a perfect segue into why I stand up for recovery. I stand up for those people that are not here today, those people that are no longer with us. I stand up for people who cannot stand up for themselves. Stand up for hope, because just like the crazy Rochester weather, things are uncertain, that there still is hope. Each and every day that we get to wake up and take a breath, there is hope. I stand up to make our community stronger. I stand up for change because I believe that we must continue to change. We must continue to grow, but we do this thing together. I stand up for unity because nobody, including myself, can do this thing alone.
John Westfall here, Interim Executive Director at Recovery Fitness, person in long-term sustained recovery, effective family member, and ally to the recovery community. I stand up for better use of language. I stand up for person-centered language. I stand up for non-stigmatizing language when describing people who have a chronic disease, who fight this battle every single day, who are in recovery. That word is a word that changed my life after wrestling with my own substance use disorder, alcohol use disorder for most of my life. The word recovery, the simple word recovery, being in recovery, changed my life. It has that much power. So that's what I'm standing up for this year. Also, I'm standing up for the Buffalo Bills, my team that I've also suffered with for most of my adult life. Go Bills. Go Stand Up for Recovery Day. Register, join us on Zoom, advocate for legislation that supports recovery, and come join us. Thanks, guys.
Hello, I'm John Furman, a member of Friends of Recovery in Westchester County and with long-term sobriety. What I stand up for is helping those who want to recover to find the resources and the path so that they can recover, especially those who are underserved, like adolescents, those with less financial resources, and maybe even those with a criminal background. The reason that this is so important to me is because years ago when I reached out, I found the help that I needed, and if I didn't find that help, I wouldn't be here talking to you today. So thank you for listening, and thank you for your support.
Hi, I'm Kara Izzo from Recovery Fitness, and I'm a person in long-term recovery. I stand up for myself and for all individuals that are in recovery or are still seeking recovery. I stand up to help remove the stigma of what addiction means and what addiction looks like. I stand up to be able to say I am in recovery and for that to give me strength. To be able to say I am in recovery and for that to give me hope. I stand up for women before me that knew they needed support but were afraid to ask. I stand up because I am not powerless.
Hello, my name is Andrew Matthews. I'm from Friends of Recovery New York, the Orange County chapter. I'm a person in long-term recovery, and I stand up for recovery, for access to treatment. I stand up for recovery to choose the path of recovery that works for you. I stand up for recovery to reduce the stigma. So join us on Stand Up for Recovery Day on Tuesday, February 29th, 2021. Stand up for recovery. Come join us.
Hi, my name is Anne Marie Cross, and I'm a secretary for the steering committee of the New York State Alumni Association associated with OASIS. I stand up for recovery. I stand up for families, parents, grandparents in recovery that have been negatively impacted by addiction, dysfunction, overdose, and relapse. Raising a new breed of children that we've never seen before. I stand up for programs and agencies that are committed to staying in the solution and dealing with issues related to chemical dependency and mental health. I stand up for adjuncts to traditional treatment methods like self-help programs such as NA, AA, etc., that continue to help and support others in early recovery. Will you stand up with me?
The Capital Region Peer Collaborative
stands up for
peer recovery professionals.
Because peers stand up for you, even in a pandemic.
Stand up for recovery.
Hi, my name is Callie, and I'm a woman in long-term recovery. I'm super passionate about what recovery has given me and all the gifts it has to offer. I'm making a video today on what I stand up for Stand Up for Recovery Day. This year, I'm going to stand up for moms who are in recovery, moms who are struggling, and moms who are trying to get clean. Us moms and women are powerhouses, and we don't get enough credit. And I just want to stand up for them today because I'm a mom and there is hope. We can do anything that we put our minds to. And I am just so passionate about helping other moms and giving other moms hope and letting them know that they can do it too. So that's my video and what I stand up for. Comment below and let me know what you stand up for.
I stand up for recovery. I stand up for veterans and peers in recovery. I stand up for recovery.
Hello everyone, my name is Crystal and I'm a person in long-term recovery. We've been asked to share what we stand up for. So this year, I stand up for legacy. Legacy that is left as a gift for us from those who have lost their lives too quickly. On my personal recovery journey, I have met some of the most creative, intelligent, artistic, musical, and funny people to walk this planet, and I carry a piece of them with me each and every day. Not only have they left these extraordinary gifts for us, but they've also left behind families, children, siblings, and parents who love and miss them dearly. So not only will I continue to stand up for my own recovery, but theirs as well. So that's what I stand up for. Can you share with us what you stand up for? And don't forget to join us Tuesday, February 9th for Stand Up for Recovery Day. Hope to see you there.
Hi everyone, my name is Rebecca and I would like to share with you my beautiful daughter Maya and her brilliant artwork. Sadly, our community lost this accomplished young person on February 11th, 2017. Not only did our family suffer this horrific loss, but our community suffered a tragedy by losing this talented young person. I stand up for recovery by supporting peer-based programs such as that of Recovery Fitness up here in Rochester, New York.
and connecting patients with peer advocates while they are in the ER or hospital. Smooth transitions from detox to long-term recovery housing is crucial. There's simply not enough long-term recovery housing in New York State. Any decisions you can make to support these initiatives are so appreciated. Recovery is possible. Thank you for your support.
Hi, recovery community. My name is Allison Weingarten, and this is my daughter Linda. And this is our video of what we stand up for in honor of Stand Up for Recovery Day, February 9th, 2021. This year, we are standing up for parents. We're standing up for parents who have children with addiction, parents who have children in recovery, and parents who may have lost a child. We are also standing up for parents who are in their own recovery or looking to seek that recovery so that they can be there, be the best versions of themselves for them and for their children. So that is just me. That is what I am standing up for. I want to know what you are standing up for. And we can't wait to see you on Tuesday, February 9th, 2021 for our first virtual Stand Up for Recovery Day. Thank you.
Hi everyone, my name is Ben Riker with Friends of Recovery New York, and this year for Stand Up for Recovery Day, I stand up for education. Community and family education built on science and compassion so that we can better support our family and friends that are struggling, and policymaker education built on effective advocacy, encouraging evidence-based legislation around equitable access to treatment, recovery, and harm reduction services, and rehabilitative rather than punitive criminal justice policy. It's up to all of us with lived experience to teach up when we're given the opportunity, and Stand Up for Recovery Day on February 9th is our opportunity. If you haven't already, visit 4-ny.org and register today. What do you stand up for?
Hi, I'm Kristen with Friends of Recovery Duchess. I am a friend and an ally of recovery, and I stand up for the health and wellness of our community. I have a family with young children, and they deserve a safe and happy community where wellness is achievable. Addiction is a complex brain disease. It is not a moral failing. It can affect anyone at any time. So prevention, treatment, and recovery resources should be available if and when anyone needs them.
We stand up for a healthy community.
Hey, this is Alara from Friends of Recovery in Dutchess County. I am also an individual in long-term recovery from substance use disorder. I'm the daughter, the sister, family member, friend, loved one of someone who has struggled with substance use disorder. So this year on Stand Up for Recovery Day, I am standing up for breaking the cycle, for being sure that the prevention, treatment, and recovery resources that are needed and so desperately needed at a time like this are available to everyone who reaches out for them, because recovery is possible and we have lost way too many people in 2020. And so together we can make a difference. We can break the cycle of addiction and family dysfunction. So stand with us, and please comment below. Tell us what you stand up for.
Hi, my name is Lisa Bennett. I'm a mom on a mission, and I'm a member of Friends of Recovery Dutchess. This year we're going to be holding our Friends of Recovery event on February 9th. It will be a virtual event. This year they're asking us to tell you what we stand up for. Well, I stand up for a lot of things. I stand up for treatment on demand. I stand up for affordable treatment, including detox. I stand up for erasing the stigma associated with substance use disorder. This is my 5th year attending the Friends of Recovery event. In the past, we've had it in Albany, in which we've marched the streets of Albany to go to the legislator's office and tell our story, sharing our story, because they have a lot of power. This year, we're going to be doing the event virtual, so everybody can join. If in the past you haven't had a chance, here's your chance. Take a look and see the wonderful things that can happen when you're in recovery. there's an enormous community that is recovery, and they're doing wonderful things. I hope you'll join us. See the details in this post, and I'll see you there.
Hi, I'm Christina from Friends of Recovery, Duchess. I am a certified recovery peer advocate. I am also the friend, loved one, and family member of someone who struggles with addiction. This year, for Stand Up for Recovery Day, I'm standing up for all of those who cannot stand up for themselves. I advocate for more resources in our recovery community so that less lives will be lost this year to the disease of addiction. Stand up with us and tell us, what do you stand up for?
Hi, I'm Jordan. I'm an ally for Friends of Recovery Duchess, and I'm the daughter of someone who struggles with addiction. For me, that meant growing up in a broken home. I'm standing up on this Stand Up for Recovery Day for all of the children who don't have the proper resources to deal with the pain and loss that comes from this disease. What are you standing up for?
Hi, it's Teresa here from Friends of Recovery New York, and I'm the Director of Recovery Education and Training, but I'm also a family member in recovery. And what that means to me is that I've been working my own recovery program, a family recovery program, since 1987. So this year we've been asked to share what we stand up for Stand Up for Recovery Day. This year I stand up for all family members who have lost a loved one due to addiction. I stand up so that we have a place where we can mourn and grieve and celebrate our loved ones, but also to fight for effective prevention, treatment, and recovery support services so that no one else has to be a member of this club. Come and join us this year, and please let's see your own video so we know what you stand up for.
Up. We stand up for Brooklyn. Woo!
Yes. I love.
Back up that way. Everybody cheer. Woo! Recovery! Yes! Recovery!
Being here this afternoon and throughout the morning. Hopefully you've enjoyed today, and hopefully it's been a good experience, a powerful experience for you. This afternoon we are going to give an opportunity to our sponsors and those who have virtual tables to just share information and allow all of us to network and talk back and forth and maybe answer some questions. So the order that I have is we'll have the New York State Alumni Association go first, and then Credo, and we'll just go from there. So Willie, are you guys set to roll? You're on mute.
Yes, we are. Willie?
Okay.
Yes, yeah, I was saying I'm almost sure we are.
Okay. All right. You want me to share that picture right now, the one that you
no, when we get ready to put the pictures up.
Yeah. Okay.
Those are just the first two that'll go up.
Okay.
Okay. So should I start?
Yeah.
Okay.
Absolutely.
My name is Willie Towns. I'm the alumni coordinator for New York State Oasis. I have to say it has truly been an honor to lead the Alumni Association for the past 11 years. I do nothing by myself. I've had the support of the commissioner. I've had the support of our associate commissioner, Pat Lincourt, Susan Brandow, Lorene McNeil, my immediate supervisor, Maureen. And I just have to say all the OASIS staff has really supported what we have done in the past. Our mission has truly been to find resources for these peers, and it has worked. They have gotten employment opportunities, training opportunities, educational opportunities. When peers need something, the Alumni Association make it a habit to find it for them. Okay, and we have really been linking up. We are trying to get more peers to join the Alumni Association. And, I just have to say, I definitely want to announce Brenda Harris Collins, who's definitely going to come on next to talk a little bit about the history. But, every time I have something like this, the one thing I try never to forget, and that's something my brother told me before he passed away. He said, Willie, never look down on nobody unless you're willing to pick them up, and I keep that spirit with me. I try to pass that on to our peers, so I'm going to let my team go, take this and run with it. But I want to say I love the work that For New York is doing, ASAP is doing, how we all working together as a team. Okay. And, for Brother in Recovery, I have to say, I know I am blessed. My sister come to my house and she said, Willie, let me just tell you something. People see the glory, but they don't know the story, and I don't forget that, so I just want to say I love my team as a whole, and I appreciate all the peers that have gotten involved with the Alumni Association. And if you're looking for resources, please come our way. Thank you. I'm going to pass it over to my team. Brenda will tell you a little bit about the history, and they'll take it from there where you'll see some of the stuff that we have done. Okay, Brenda?
Thank you so much, Willie. Thank you for this opportunity to share with those that are on. I feel that it is an honor and a privilege to be at Stand Up for Recovery 2021. It is an honor and a privilege just to be alive in 2021. So it is definitely something that I treasure and will always remember. And what I am on today to do is to share with you the history of the Alumni Association of New York. And the Alumni Association of New York was developed by New York State OASIS Recovery Bureau staff in 2010. And it was mainly at that time based in New York City. And at some point throughout process, because this has been a growing process, as with anything that you are a part of, and it has been an honor to be a part of it since the beginning. And at some point, we initially changed our name to New York. It was New York State OASIS Alumni Association. However, in 2015, the steering committee and the group members decided to change the name to the Alumni Association of New York and forge out on its own. In 2017, the Alumni Association expanded to a statewide organization, bringing in Rochester and Albany, New York. New York State OASIS, Norris ATC participated at that time. And in 2019, all OASIS addiction treatment centers were brought into the fold. Now our reach is from Buffalo to New York, New York to Suffolk County, Long Island, New York. The Alumni Association of New York provides opportunities for graduates, alumni of OASIS certified treatment programs that have now transitioned or are in process of transitioning to be peers. It is also open to all persons in recovery from the many pathways and family members in recovery that need support. We help to keep the graduates of the member organizations engaged and connected to their respective programs. We also travel throughout the state to assist treatment programs with developing their own alumni association. And Willie Towns and I have had the privilege of going and meeting so many people as we've helped those develop alumni associations. We also encourage participation with community-based organizations in an effort to help eliminate or decrease the stigma associated with addiction and recovery. Lastly, the Alumni Association of New York provides employment opportunities in the peer advocate, peer specialist field, CASACs, CASACTs, and we've also expanded in other fields within the addiction treatment community that are open. We provide those resources. We've had fairs, job fairs, etc. The organization itself is guided by a steering committee that assists in making group decisions that are usually supported by the New York State OASIS Bureau of Peer Integration, which this group is linked to. We attend recovery rallies, many recovery rallies throughout the country, and have had bus trips all over and participated in other events that supported individuals in recovery. The Alumni Association of New York is fully self-supporting and provides supportive peer-to-peer services through various networking efforts. But I just want to mention, that with the resiliency of people in recovery and family members in recovery, one of the things that took place is as a result of the pandemic, the group jumped into action and supported the peers by meeting virtually weekly through Zoom. Previously, we met quarterly. Now the group meets the last Thursday of every month. Remember that, the last Thursday of every month. You can join us on Zoom. The group is always on top of planning recovery opportunities and activities, opportunities for free. Willie's favorite word is free, F-R-E-E. So that's what we're looking for, free trainings, employment, and other educational opportunities for peers. As the alumni coordinator, Willie Towns, who you just met, is prepared and willing to provide technical assistance to organizations that would like to develop the Alumni Association. You can reach him at willie.towns@oasis.ny.gov. Those interested in volunteering with the Alumni Association can attend one of our monthly Zoom meetings or contact Mr. Willie Towns directly. Questions about the association or how to become involved can also be directed to any one of the steering committee. The Alumni Association of New York president is Albert Aponte, steering committee members Malik Hutchinson, Anne-Marie Cross, Louis LeBoy, Kevin Anderson, and Ed Finucane. So we are looking forward to you joining us. We do have, if you want to keep connected to us, join us at our Facebook page, Alumni Association of New York. And I just want to give a shout out to all of the ATCs that are on board today with us. And we are getting ready to turn you over to one of our alumni of the ATC that has really been helpful. And we're going to turn it over to Kevin Anderson at this time.
Hello, family. Good afternoon. Wow. I can't say how much joy I have in my heart to be a part of something so big and gigantic. Last year, I had the opportunity for the first time to go on a bus trip to Albany to stand up for recovery, and I enjoyed myself. I met some good people, and I'm just grateful for what has been taking place in my life today, because where I come from a dark area, being addicted to drugs. And now that I am in recovery, I have the opportunity to meet some wonderful, wonderful people. As Brenda Collins was saying, I stand up for recovery for all ATCs because I'm a product of one of the ATCs there in Brooklyn, Kingsborough. So I have, it's been a wonderful trip to be a part of that moment in my life. Why? Because I've met some very, very good people. One in particular, I just want to give a shout out is to Barbara Green. And she has been a wonderful, wonderful element in my journey in recovery. But the story ain't stopped there because I stayed on board. I kept in contact and started going on the meetings every Friday with the Alumni Association, which is a very big part of my life today. And I am so grateful to be a part of it because I've met some wonderful people in there, whereby Willie Towns, Eric Hutchinson, Louis LeBoy, and of course, Ms. Brenda Collins. They all have been wonderful in my life and asking me to come on board the steering committee. I was startled at first because, I never have been a part of something so grand. And I just want to say thank you. Thank you all for letting me be a part of something that is so big and growing. So if any peers is out there listening, I just want to let you know, having a chance to give back, to pay it forward, that is something beautiful in your spirit that no one else can experience. So if you ever get a chance, just stay on board, and I promise you, this recovery it's only going to get better. It's only going to get better, as God has always and will always continue to open up doors that you could never imagine has opened up before to you guys. And here again, I am so happy today to be a part of something that Mr. Jeff Watson put together. This is a beautiful thing to have, be in front of all these people who's been speaking today. And I've heard some wonderful stories. So I'm not going to take up too much of the time, but here again, I just want to say thank you all for letting me be a part of something so beautiful. And I'm looking forward to even more beautiful experiences as time goes. Thank you. Hello?
Yes, thank you. Do we have Ed here with us today? Brenda?
No, I did not see Ed. I think we can move on.
Okay, can we move on? Malik?
Hey, hello everyone. I'm joined with Albert. Albert, is going to push it to you now. I feel I'm going to help and make sure I ride with you. So teamwork.
The dynamic duo.
Teamwork makes the dream work.
There you go. So good afternoon, family. My name is Albert. I'm a person in long-term recovery. I'm the president of the Alumni Association of New York State Steering Committee. I'm also a Serpa at Samaritan Daytop Village in the Bronx on 147 and 3rd Avenue. I also co-chair for the Bronx Council on Alcohol and Substance Use Disorder. I do want to share that being in the Alumni Association has afforded me the opportunity to travel to different states, to the recovery hubs, where we participated with other people in recovery. And it was amazing. We went to Detroit, Michigan. We went to, you're going to see the slideshow pretty soon. If not now, I don't know. But you'll see that places that we participated, like I said, Detroit, Michigan, Louisville, Kentucky, Washington, D.C. That was a concert there. That was beautiful. Rhode Island, and yearly recovery conferences like the For New York in Albany. We don't miss one. And we also have the Oasis and DOHMH at Kingsbrook Hospital and in Hunter College, So just to be quick, the Alumni Association plays a big role in my recovery journey because it keeps me connected. And to me, this is the maintenance part of recovery. And I encourage peers to stay connected and join us. Malik?
So see, you have to let leaders lead. So, my name is Malik Hutchison. Again, I'm part of the Alumni Association Steering Committee. I'm excited always to contribute and be a part of. One of the things that we did was we mixed up the slideshow because I wound up getting so many pictures. I was like, oh my God, it would take me so long to try to put these things in segments through the years. But it's some of us on here that have rode this whole journey. So we'll say, yes, We were in DC, we were in Kentucky, we were in Detroit. You're going to see the smiles on their faces light up possibly as they see this, as we go through this time capsule, as I want to call it. But I feel it's a beautiful thing. The musical theme is keep rising to the top. And that's the beautiful thing about recovery, that you can continue to rise. Once you identify what your bottom is, you can continue to rise, and your top is where you want it to be. So without further ado, we can go ahead into, I'm also the Residential Services Director of Elm Corps Youth and Adult Activities. I have a vast background in this field. And I'm so glad to be a part of. I'm so glad to be a part of the steering committee.
I like that hat, Willie.
I grew up in the steering committee. You love my hat?
Willie's hat.
Oh, yes. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's my hat.
That's not the only one. That's not the only one. So without further ado, we can go on into the slideshow. Y'all haven't seen anything yet. That hat will make its appearance.
You got jokes.
This is what we do. We have fun.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
Stand Up for Peers. Hope you enjoyed that wonderful time capsule we sent you through the many years with the Alumni Association of New York. You crying there, buddy?
I can't tell you the memories Malik it brought back when I was watching that.
Like the big hat. Yes. Good. We didn't get to see the shoes. I heard you had shoes on too.
And Louis, I had a picture in there that's recent. You made me want to help us with the announcement with our friend Mr. King.
Yeah, definitely, man. I am so honored. I am so proud to hear that Robert Kent is going to work for Biden as his lead counsel in Washington, D.C. So for that, I am extremely proud. You know, God is good because Robert Kent looked out for all of us here in New York. Constantly, he supported all our movements for the recovery process, you know? So I am happy to hear that Robert Kent is going to be in the White House with Joe Biden. For that,
so we had Louis Clark from Samsha. We were with we were actually at the time, and you were with I want to say wasn't he the mayor of Detroit? With the mayor of Detroit or
something like that. Something like that. Oh, you couldn't tell me nothing in that picture, okay?
In Rhode Island, we were in Washington. It was a big concert. We had Aerosmith there. The gentleman from Aerosmith. So we've been around. We've been around for a little while.
And Sheryl Crow.
Who? And Sheryl Crow. Yep. So, and Jerry Cooney. You seen Willie get knocked out by Jerry Cooney.
Dr. Oz.
I didn't lose that fight, man.
We're very happy for all the work that we do. It's not work, you know. There's a saying, when you're doing what you enjoy, it's not work. So we all enjoy what we do. We're continually asking and helping, you know, wanting other help and reaching out. This whole pandemic has given us an experience. We, as Brenda said, we went from quarterly to weekly, and it was phenomenal. It was a struggle. We made it through, and we're still continuing to show up every month on that last Thursday of the month at 6 p.m. sharp. Join us.
Yes. Malik, I just want to mention something. You know, when individuals join the Alumni Association, it's very important to me because it's an opportunity for them to get updates from Oasis, what's going on with Oasis. They get a chance to get involved with various initiatives. They get updates from Friends of Recovery. They get updates from ASAP, you know, in regards to their credentialing. So, you know, this is a platform for peers to get the information. And I think one of the reasons those pictures were shown, because, you know what, when we go various places, we have a ball. So, you know, we really have a ball, you know, and I miss those days where we was on the bus with Lorraine McNeil, you know, and the rest of us, and we really had a ball out there, you know, and my boy Susan Brandau picked this up and ran with it. And, you know, and I mean, everybody has just been so supportive of our peers, man, you know, and we do this day and night. You know, we on the phone. I want to thank Jeff so much, man, because we was on the phone with Jeff 11 o'clock last night making this happen. You know, so, you know, and he's been awesome. So I just want to thank the whole For New York team for being part of the Alumni Association with us. And you know what? I want peers to reach out to us for support, because I assure you we will try our best not to let you down. And Brenda Harris Collins, I can't say enough for her. I mean, I just can't say enough. She's so special to me.
Exciting.
I can't enough, you know. But you know, Louis, I wanted Louis to close this with a few words, not me. Louis and Ann. So I'm gonna be quiet and let Louis go ahead and close this out.
All Yeah, and you're there too?
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah, I just want to say that my experiences with the Alumni Association has been fabulous, amazing. My 15 minutes of fame was during the Washington, D.C. Trip that I came out in 16 minutes with Mike Balticelli, the drug czar for Obama. I came out in 16 minutes for like 3 seconds. Yo, peace and blessings to you all. Anne Marie, go ahead, take it. Kevin, good job.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Anne Marie Cross, and I'm the secretary of the New York State Alumni Association. I'm also a Case Act 2 with Odyssey House, recovery coach, an AC at Blaisdell Addiction Treatment Center, and a person in long-term recovery. Looking at that that slideshow, it just touched me. Thank you so much, Jeff, Malik, and all the work that you guys did putting that together, because it touched me. You know, I remember first becoming involved with the Alumni Association, and it took me a minute to try to figure out what it was. And, you know, it just was all it was just staying connected, you know, to others other people in active recovery. You know, those of us who are in recovery are taught that doing service, you know, being the hugger or the greeter in meetings, you know, becoming sponsors and getting involved in sponsorship. But doing service with the Alumni Association showed me service on a whole bigger spectrum, you know, and I never stopped learning, and I continue to be excited about the whole thing. Those trips that we had and meeting people in different states, and the similarities as well as the differences in working near recovery was such a big deal for me. I continue to get overwhelmed. When we went to Detroit, oh my goodness, that was the first trip and the best trip. I will never be the same again since that time. I just want to say that being a part of this team has enhanced my personal recovery, because I'm involved and engaged with people that know a little bit more than I do. We all learn from each other on a daily basis. I know some things too. And we continue to teach each other, not only as it pertains to chemical dependence and mental health and doing service with the alumni, but we know each other's families. We interact in a personal and intimate way. And when something affects one of us, it affects all of us, you know, and that's what recovery really, really is. Being supportive to others and having each other's back when we really, really need it. And I just want to say, next year, this time, I hope that we are together in person, because I still can't get used to doing high fives with a mask on. I miss giving hugs and getting hugs from others. And I've gotten a lot better, okay? But, you know, even though I'm vaccinated, get that vaccine, guys. Those of you who have not been vaccinated, let's get in the solution of this COVID experience, right? We have an unconscious conditioning. Thank you, Albert. We have an unconscious conditioning to the COVID experience, where we just going with the flow and doing things that we've never done before, getting used to being separated. But thank God for Zoom and forums like these that keep us connected no matter what, no matter who. So with that being said, continue to stay connected, come and participate in the alumni meetings, and if you're sitting next to somebody, give them a hug right now with your mask on. Mm-hmm. Love you guys.
Thank you, Ann. Thank you. Thank you, Ann. You know, I was just sitting here, Ann, and I was just thinking, you know what? It was also a blessing to have the commissioner to spend New Year, breaking the New Year with us.
That's right. That's right.
Know? So, and you heard that fun that she said she had. So you know, if the commissioner can join us and have fun for New Year's, everybody else can follow. So, you know, so hopefully next year we can do the same.
Yes, yes.
Yeah.
And Mr. Kent, who was with us during all the all the Zooms that were going on, and now look at him, he has to go off to watch.
Mm-hmm.
Well, thank you guys so much, Willie and Malik, and all of you, the entire steering committee for your hard work and what you do across the state. And it's been a pleasure to meet with you and speak with you on your calls, and hopefully I can join again in the future.
Thank you.
You're welcome to join on a regular basis with us, Jeff. We need you.
Yes.
Always.
Thanks for your patience with us.
No problem. No problem.
All right.
All right. So we are going to, I see Angelia is here. Angelia, did you want to say a couple words before we move on?
Awesome. Thank you, guys. We were in, for those who did know, we had a cookie chat with the legislators, and that's where we were. And so what that was a kind of an intimate conversation to bring our policy agenda forth to them and let them see what we're really all about and how they can help us. So that's where we were, and that ended. So now we're crashing this, right? We're crashing the virtual tabling. But this has been an amazing day. And for all the folks that are in this platform, the virtual tabling, I mean, this was not an easy feat. I mean, I had a lot of conversations with Willie, as I know that Jeff did, and everyone to pull this off. But this was needed. This was needed because every year, as folks make their way over to the Capitol, it is those tables, it is those connections, it is the recovery centers and everyone being out there, bringing that information so that even folks who were just think they were walking to go get their lunch saw us, right? And was able to grab information. So it was very, very important that we continue to have this space even in a virtual place. So I know it was much smaller, but this was so much needed. So I thank you guys. I thank you for all of the hard work that you put in to make this possible. And that's why the recovery community is so robust. And I'm just gonna go off script and say as dope as it is, right? It's because of people who continue to put in the work to really elevate recovery, and for folks to see that. You don't only just say it, you guys wear it. You wear it, you walk it, you show up every every month to make sure a platform is there, Willie and the steering committee for folks. So I don't know. I just love you, and I'm just going to continue to love Anya. So thank you so much.
We love you too. Thank you, Angela. The whole 4 New York team.
Yes, yes, yes.
All right. So we are going to, I don't know if Erica is here from Credo or if anyone is here representing them, but I am going to share a video that we have from them, and hopefully that'll give them enough time to come in. But if not, we'll keep going down our agenda. And this video does not have sound. Awesome stuff there. Is anyone here from Credo? I just want to give that last call before we go on to our next sponsor here. So Lynn, we will turn it over to you from CHAMP. And I know you said you have a presentation, so the floor is yours.
Okay, great. Hi, everyone. I'm going to just share a PowerPoint presentation. But you know what? Let me just talk with you because I know we have limited time and I want everybody to have a chance to talk about their programs. But first of all, Jeff, thank you so much for letting me slide in and at the last moment to this incredible event. Every year you do such a great job, and to be here with all of you virtually, as was said before, it's not the same, but it's still wonderful to see everyone and hear about the great work that you're doing. So I'm from CHAMP. I'm Lynn Goldberg. I'm the project specialist for the Community Health Access to Addiction and Mental Health Care Project. This is a state-funded program by OASIS and the Office of Mental Health together to help individuals overcome barriers to accessing mental health and addiction care. CHAMP is an ombudsman program which helps to investigate and resolve complaints that individuals have in trying to get the help that they need. And it involves both assistance with getting support and services as well as legal support. We have attorneys that are on board to help with appeals and denials. I don't have to tell you why we need a program like CHAMP. It was established in 2018 to be able to help New Yorkers overcome the stigma and shame of getting the help that they need. Too many people have been lost to addiction and the opioid crisis, as well as the suicide crisis around New York State. Some insurance companies oppose illegal and unfair limits on mental health and addiction care. And that's even despite legislative advances that are supposed to prevent that. And in some areas of the state as well, there aren't enough providers or options for treatment that individuals need. CHAMP helps by listening to concerns and complaints and helping to find immediate solutions as well as longer term solutions, educating individuals about their rights for mental health and substance use disorder care through their insurance company, addressing barriers to treatment, including and especially insurance barriers to care, which are sometimes unfair or even illegal barriers that are imposed. We help you get the most from your insurance coverage and empower you to advocate for yourself, to your treatment providers, to insurance companies, and those in your community. CHAMP can address such issues as access to treatment, denial of services. We also can help you work with access to mental health and addiction care medications. We look at issues of rights to care, including parity, which is ensuring that insurance companies that you are working with don't discriminate on the basis of mental health versus physical treatment. In other words, if certain limitations are imposed on physical health care, then they should be the same with mental health and addiction care. There should not be a disparity between the two. And when there is, it can be considered illegal and a violation of rights. We help with navigating the systems, in helping to enroll into insurance plans that are the best for individuals. And as I said before, we have lawyers that can work with you on insurance denials, appeals, fair hearings, and grievances. CHAMP is free. CHAMP stands for Community Health Access to Addiction and Mental Health Care Project. It's free for all New Yorkers, regardless of their age. So we work with children, adults, seniors, anyone, regardless of the type of insurance, or even if someone doesn't have insurance, their ability to pay, as well as their immigration status. So anyone can contact CHAMP on behalf of somebody in need. including the person themselves, providers, advocates, peer specialists, family members, doctors, anyone else that's concerned about the well-being of that person. The CHAMP helpline is open Monday through Friday from 9 to 4. And the helpline, which I put in the chat, and I also have a PowerPoint which I can send out to you that has all this information. The helpline is 888-614-5400. And that's really the crux of my presentation. You can also contact me, Lynn Goldberg. I work with the New York State Council for Community Behavioral Healthcare, and we're part of the CHAMP network of programs that work together. My number is 518-281-2315. That's also in the chat. You can contact me about anything. I'm happy to try to assist you or connect you with the helpline for more help. I also am very happy to come into your organizations and speak with you about the CHAMP program and how it can be a resource for individuals, providers, and families. So that's my presentation. Are there any questions or any comments? I know some very familiar faces here have heard about CHAMP before, and we often can get great feedback about how it's been helpful for you. But if you have any questions about a circumstance that you're dealing with, you can certainly contact me directly, and I'm happy to talk with you. So that should be it, Jeff. Does anyone have any comments or questions?
If anyone has anything, let us know. You can also put it in the chat as well.
Okay.
And if that is that okay, Lynn? Could they put it in the chat and
I'll keep an eye.
Okay.
And then you can move forward. That's great.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right. So we're going to move on to Recoveries Are Us, Connie. Are you ready, Connie?
Yes, I am.
All righty. Do you
I
want
think I am.
You think you would you like for me to share the video of your PowerPoint first, or would you like to speak first? It's up to you.
That's fine. However you like. It's not my proudest PowerPoint because I did that like really quick, but sure, let's see what it looks like.
Okay. So I am pulling it up right now.
And then I can go into the history of that pink hat that Willie was wearing.
Okay.
You got jokes.
Oh, it looks good.
You know, I know.
Hello, everyone. My name is Connie Pacheco. I am the owner and president of Recoveries Are Us, and I have a little story to tell you. In 1985, I underwent a 3-year treatment episode at a drug program in the Bronx. This treatment program saved my life.
Hey, Jeff, you have to hit it every time in order for it to say something. I'm sorry.
It's actually on the video.
Oh, got it.
Episode, I became a counselor, and I worked in some of the prestigious programs in New York City. As a supervisor, manager, director, I became a change agent and became the voice for those individuals that didn't have one.
As a matter of fact, what I'll do is this. Give me 1 second here. And I will pull up your document this way. If you want to talk for a few minutes, and then I'll pull it up.
Right. Yeah. So hi everybody. Just let me take this opportunity because I haven't done this in a while, and I don't think I've ever done this, but I just wanted to give a shout out to Malik, because Malik was very instrumental in my process in opening up Recoveries R Us. It was because of him that I was able to allocate a space for Recoveries R Us back in almost 6 years ago. We went on 7 years. So thank you, Malik, for that introduction, because if it wasn't for you, I don't know how long it would have been before we opened up Recoveries R Us. So thank you. I don't forget. So we are a vocational training program, and we provide training for recovery. We are the recovery training mecca. So we do the KSAC training, which is, if you guys are not familiar with the KSAC, it's the KSAC is not a certificate, it's not a license, it's also a credential, and it has reciprocity. You have to take a state exam. It's 350 hours. We have a day program. We have an evening program for individuals who are interested in getting their credential for a KSAC. In addition to that, I have all the classes that are used to renew that particular credential. In addition to that, we also have the Recovery Coach Academy and the SERPA training. And something that I've done new was to add the renewal hours to that particular training. So aside from the foundational course, which is the 46 hours, the Recovery Coach Academy and the ethics, I have about, the program is about 30 days, and it's to utilize those particular classes for either renewal, and of course for the foundational for the CARC. In addition to that, what makes us different from other training programs is that I provide our students with professional development, which is they basically get like an individual counseling, an individual session where we discuss career goals and internships and employment, and sometimes just personal issues that may interfere with their ability to train as an adult and returning to the training or an adult training educational forum. So, Jeff, should I keep going?
I can play it from right here if you'd like for me to.
Sure.
Okay.
At Recoveries R Us, we provide the KSAC training, Peer Advocate, and Recovery Coach training. The KSAC training is a credential. It's not a license, and it's not a certificate. You have to take a state exam, and in order to keep it, you have to renew it every 3 years. It has state reciprocity, which means that you can exchange it for the equivalent of another state. You become what is called a qualified health professional. That means that you're able to diagnose for substance use disorders and or alcoholism only. You can't diagnose for mental health issues and or medical issues. That's why this particular credential is so prestigious in the state of New York. You can complete this course in 11 weeks if you take the day classes, or 33 weeks if you take the evening classes. We specialize in internship placement, job placement assistance. We provide 6 months post-supervision to all our students, and we provide a monthly learning collaborative to all our graduates. I am a firm believer in accomplishments. I believe that every accomplishment is and should be celebrated. At Recoveries R Us, we have an annual cap and gown graduation. And for some of our students, this probably would be the first time that they ever wore a cap and gown. Recoveries R Us is a huge ally for the LGBT community. This community is an underserved population. There are basically no treatment programs allocated for the LGBT community. There is a lack of knowledge or lack of training for this particular population. How do we provide these individuals with the tools that are needed in order to provide services for the LGBTQ RESPCT community? We provide education that leads to transformation. My name is Connie. I'm a change agent. I'm a recovery warrior. To know my story is to know my struggles. And to know my struggles is to understand why I'm so proud of my accomplishments. Recoveries R Us is an agency that provides individuals the opportunity to pursue a career in counseling, to pursue a career in recovery coaching, or peer advocacy. Recoveries R Us is an agency that provides individuals the opportunity to help others and to help in the transformation of lives.
So thank you for that. A couple of mistakes here and there, but sorry about that. It wasn't recovery couching, it's recovery coaching, people. So as I mentioned before, I'm a huge ally when it comes down to the LGBTQ community. And one of the things that, that's what I stand up for, education and transformation. And like I said before, our students come in here, I'm self-funded. I don't get any funding from governmental assistance or anything like that. So when individuals come through these doors, they come through these doors because they really want to make a change. And sometimes, they're in recovery themselves and they want to, they want to give back. And I see the transformation when an individual empowers themselves through the form of education. So that's why I stand up for education, which leads to transformation. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Connie, for sharing and being a part of this.
And just one more thing, I just wanted to say, the pink hat that Willie was wearing was my hat when it was my 55th birthday. And I had that hat in one of and he took that hat and he ran with it and matched him so well because he had the pink suit, he had the pink shirt on. So
you're not right. You know that, right?
That hat was like a riot that day. I'll never forget.
Love it. We love it. Thank you so much. He has never lived it down.
I gave it to Roy Gibbs.
Bring back the pink.
That's right. Bring back the pink. You guys are great. The work that you guys do. Thank you so much. I'm so happy that there's a forum like this where we can come together and really talk about the issues at hand and really support one another when it comes down to, standing up for something as important as recovery and education and transformation. So thank you.
Thank you too, Connie. You're the best.
Yeah.
All righty. Do we have anyone from New Choices? If not, I just wanted to briefly share their brochure that they sent in to us. New Choices Recovery. And their information is there on the brochure, and we can definitely make this available on the Stand Up for Recovery Day page that's on For New York's website. So, all right. Next up is Shatterproof. So, Leah, thank you for joining us. There you go.
Am I unmuted? Good afternoon, everyone. It's great to be a part of this. I just want to say first that Friends of Recovery, you've done an amazing job with the virtual event. It's not an easy thing to pull off, but all the passion that all the speakers this morning brought and the wonderful videos was so great to be a part of. So my name is Leah Kaufman. I'm the Assistant Director of State Engagement for Shatterproof, and we are a national nonprofit organization. We work in several different domains, but primarily focusing on advocacy. We help with educating the public that addiction is a chronic disease, and we're working on a platform. We worked on a platform to provide people with connections to treatment. So I won't get into that too much because I think that Jeff is going to play a video. But just wanted to say thank you to, I don't know if the folks at Oasis are on, we've worked with them over the last couple of years to build this platform. I see lots of familiar faces, with the Alumni Association. And I see Louie and Willie and others who've helped to increase awareness of this tool. So with that, I will let you, Jeff, want to go ahead and just play the video.
Addiction is a treatable chronic disease like diabetes or asthma. And similar to other diseases, personalized addiction treatment based on science is shown to help people manage their disease and enter recovery. But you may not know what type of treatment you need, and searching for quality care can be overwhelming. When faced with misleading advertisements and other confusing information, it's hard to know who to trust and what treatment works best. The national nonprofit Shatterproof has created Atlas to help you navigate to the care that meets your specific needs.
This kind of database and transparency is the type of information that American families deserve to have, and they deserve to have it now.
When you're ready to search, you can use Atlas to sort through addiction treatment by factors important to you, like location, services, and insurance and payment options. Experts agree that certain practices should be used when treating addiction. Atlas displays information on whether facilities offer these best practices. We also make it easy for patients to leave feedback on their experiences at the facilities and display this information to support your care decision. As you explore options, compare up to 3 facilities side by side to help choose treatment that is best for you.
Among many others, I lost 3 of my friends to overdose, all from the same sober living in the San Fernando Valley. And now I think, what if they had some access to something like Atlas in 2014? It's not a new idea. Shatterproof is finally doing it, and they're doing it right. I imagine my departed friends having had a universal starting point they might have used to pinpoint a path to true recovery, and they might still be here. We've got to stop losing people this way, and we are going to stop losing people this way, and Atlas is absolutely going to help.
At Shatterproof, our goal is to help you find care that best meets your needs and leads to improved health and long-term recovery. We are also invested in supporting the addiction treatment system in aligning with these best practices. Ultimately, this will save lives.
Atlas is the first resource of its kind to help those seeking addiction treatments, helps them to find high-quality care and appropriate care. It was launched in 6 states. I'm happy to say West Virginia was one of them, with the hopes expanding it to many more.
Thank you so much, Jeff. I did see one question, and I wanted to flag, where Atlas currently is available right now. Obviously, it's available in New York, but we also have the platform to locate treatment in West Virginia, Delaware, Louisiana, North Carolina, and Massachusetts. And in 2021, we'll be expanding the platform to 4 additional states. And all because the folks in New York and these initial states helped us to build it and make it possible. So thank you again to everyone who's involved. I see a question about Florida specifically. Florida is one of the states we hope to expand to this year. We don't have confirmation on that yet, but keep an eye out. And if you're not part of our mailing list, you can go ahead and email me or email atlas@shatterproof.org, and we'll get you on there, and you can stay up to speed on where we're expanding the platform. Thank you again, all. Thank you, Jeff and Angelia and others, and what a wonderful event.
Thank you so much. Thank you. So, do we have anyone from the Kenneth Peters Center? If not, I am going to move on to Dynamic Youth and Gina. Gina, how are you today?
Hi, everyone. It's so great to be here. We also have some other staff and members on the call from Dynamic Youth Community. Jeff, if you want to play the video first, and then I'll kind of summarize it. And then actually one of our members wanted to say hello and introduce himself. Thank you. Dynamic Youth Community was founded over 50 years ago as one of the first residential facilities to serve the adolescent and young adult substance use population. Our program consists of 3 modalities of treatment following a step-down model of care. Our residential facility is located in Fallsburg, New York, and houses 86 male and female members between the ages of 16 through 25. Members of the program attend groups, individual sessions, and educational seminars daily. Following a modified therapeutic community model, the members are involved in crews such as the kitchen crew, landscaping crew, and clerical crew. Our outpatient facility is located in the Midwood section of Brooklyn, right off the Belt Parkway. Members of the outpatient attend groups, individual sessions, and vocational and educational seminars 5 days a week. When in their reentry phase, they begin to work part-time while continuing to attend groups 3 times a week. Our outpatient facility is also host of parent and family groups, as well as our Wednesday night family association meetings. Our community residence was built 10 years ago to accommodate members of the program who have no option for housing. There are 16 beds available for both male and female members, and the length of stay is up to 1 year while the member finds employment and builds up their savings. The members of DYC are consistently contributing to their communities. From volunteer work to advocacy efforts, they lend a hand and give back to the community. For more information, visit our website at www.dycinc.org. Perfect. Hi, everyone. So my name is Gina Castriani. I'm an outreach coordinator for Dynamic Youth Community, as well as a SERPA. I actually received my scholarship for SERPA through Friends of Recovery New York. Amazing. We're so grateful to be here today. This is actually our 2nd year attending the Stand Up for Recovery Day. And we've been actually going up to Albany and advocating on behalf of the state and people in recovery and Dynamic Youth Community for the past 15 to 17 years or so. So as mentioned in the video, we are a residential treatment program that works with adolescent and young adults ages 16 through 25. Our residential facility is located in Sullivan County in Fallsburg, New York, and we have 86 beds up there for both male and female, which you may have seen some of the pictures in the video. And then we have our outpatient aftercare portion of the program. After a member completes 1 year in the residential treatment, they come down to Brooklyn and they continue aftercare in our outpatient center, where we also have a community residence there. Our members and staff are actively always advocating between our legislators for people in recovery and doing different outreach events and everything. I do have on the call today one of our members, Frank, that completed the residential treatment program. So I'm just going to ask him to share a few words and speak a little bit about what he stands up for. Frank.
Can you hear me?
Yep, we could hear you.
Awesome. Hi, everybody. My name is Francis Menino. I'm 24 years old. I completed the intensive inpatient, which is upstate residential, located in Fallsburg. I did 16 months up there. Just transferred about 2 months ago, so I'm 18 months in the program completely. Still going, still rocking. Just a quick thank you to everybody in the chat. This is awesome that I could be a part of this and Dynamite itself. And I stand up for everybody here that's gathered in this video chat and, everybody battling this addiction, because this is no joke. I'm speaking from firsthand. This is probably one of the hardest decisions, yet the best decision I've ever made in my life. So I appreciate everybody. Thank you for letting me share.
Thank you, Frank, and thank you everybody for having us on the call. Thank you to For New York and all the staff there for putting this together. And if you guys have any questions, just let me know, put it in the chat, or I'll also put my email in there if you want to get any more information about Dynamite and the work that we do.
Thank you so much, Gina, and all the work you guys do. Just always love, talking to you and seeing what you guys are doing. So thank you so much for being here today. All right. So next we have Emma L. Bowen, and I will start with their video.
Yeah, when I first started doing outreach, I did a survey, and what happened was that the individuals were saying that there were no resources, that no one wanted to help them out with their needs, like housing, addiction, detox, mental health, methadone, Suboxone. And I found that to be odd because there are so many programs out here, right? Especially around in this area. So I decided to intensify my outreach efforts, and that's why I work for Emma L. Bowen Community Service Center, at your service, right here, where we provide wraparound services. We have outpatient medication-assisted treatments. We have outpatient mental health services, all the way from 6-year-olds to very old age. Like I've told you before, my oldest client is an 84-year-old who's on Suboxone, stable, doing excellent. We also have a residential program, Able House, ABLE, which stands for Addicts Benefiting from a Loving Environment. It's a residential program for males and females. At this time, we have 20 beds. We also have a therapeutic program, preschool, for children from 3 to 5 years old. We get these individuals, these kids who need assistance with behavioral issues, we prepare them for public school. We have a pantry where we give out canned goods, pantry on Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Thursdays, case management services. We have a psychosocial club. Hey, you can't beat it, you can't go wrong. We even have ambulatory detox, telehealth services. You know, we can help anybody anywhere around New York State. So please, come see us, all right? So we can help individuals like this. This guy is yelling and screaming and throws himself on the floor. As you can see, people are still trying to see what's wrong with him. But he responded to the sternal rub, so it's not an opioid overdose. But it looks like K2. There's a lot of K2 smoking in this area. And that's what it is. So every once in a while he gets up, he responds that he's okay, but he's acting a little psychotic. So he's going through a K2-induced psychosis. And that's what that is. And this is why we're out here, to help individuals like this. You know, this is why we connect with Friends of Recovery New York to advocate for the needs of our community. Peace and blessings. Have a great day.
All right, and I know we have Christy on from Emma L. Bowen Community Center. I didn't know if you wanted to say a few words.
That's why, good afternoon, everybody. Mr. LeBoy really explained all our services. We're located on 145th in Amsterdam in Upper Manhattan, and we provide an array of services on site, and we're offering telehealth and in-person services. So definitely, if you have any referrals, you can send them over, or anybody that needs assistance, we're here.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Thank you.
All right, so we're going to next go to the recovery station. I'm not sure if Sue is on, but they did have a video as well. So I will play that for everyone. Again, this video does not have sound. Just wanted to share this with all of you. right. I didn't know if we had anyone that had just come in from the recovery station, if they wanted to say a few words. If not, we'll keep moving down. Next up is Mohawk AHEC. I didn't know if Brenda, if you wanted to say a few words. I know that you guys gave us a PowerPoint, and I can definitely share that, but I just wanted to see if you had a few words.
Hi, my name's Brenda Hansen. I'm the opioid prevention coordinator for the Hudson Mohawk AHEC Association. AHEC is Area Health Education Center. A lot of initials there. I've only been with the agency a couple of months, and it took me a while to get those initials right. We work with we have been given the funding for 2 grants that have been going on now for a couple of years. The first one is our RCORP grant, which is the Rural Communities Opioid Response Program. And with that, it's designed to reduce the morbidity and mortality of substance use disorder, focusing mainly on opioid use disorder in rural communities, by strengthening and expanding the prevention, treatment, and recovery service delivery in the high-risk rural communities. We work with a consortium of direct care providers, local county health agencies, and community nonprofit organizations to accomplish our program goals of, again, prevention, treatment, recovery, and sustainability. We offer different programs and different assistance and support to these other agencies. We do programs such as naloxone training. We do education. We recently had a medication-assisted treatment training that we did with a local physician in our area. And we had about, we had 10 people attend, which was good. I mean, we're getting things out there. We're doing a lot of education. We also have some grants that we are looking to help support people that are going for their SERPA certification. And that's something that we're working on right now. Our other grant program is called OPEP, which is Opioid Prevention Education Program. And with that, we work mostly with high school and college student awareness. I've been very encouraged to see the people that have been presenting and talking about work that they do with high school and college age students. We put on various programs, which of course in the COVID age is a little more difficult. And we're looking at things to do with that online to get out there for kids. And we also do some community engagement and outreach. So again, I thank you very much for allowing our agency to come into this kind of last minute, Jeff. I really do appreciate that. And it's been very inspiring today. Thank you.
And thank you, Brenda. We really appreciate it. We really do. And glad that you were able to share that information with us. So thank you so very much for being a part of today. Next, we have the National Council on Alcoholism and Drug Dependence, Rochester area. Erin, how are you doing this afternoon?
I'm good. Thank you so much, Jeff. Your facilitation today has been really helpful for all of us, I'm sure. So it's been a great day today for New York. And I just want to take a couple of minutes to tell you a little bit about the RARC, the Regional Addiction Resource Center that's available at the National Council on Alcoholism and Drug Dependence in Rochester. Like many of you, I live a life of acronyms. The Finger Lakes Addiction Resource Center covers 9 counties in the Finger Lakes area and in Western New York. We are one of the RARCs. So if you are not connected to the RARC that is in your region, I suggest that you look them up. We spend a lot of our time connecting people to programs, whether it's treatment programs, prevention programs, recovery programs. individual community grassroots organizations. People come to us for all kinds of things, and it's our job to know what's going on in our communities, from the big kids on the block and the large hospital systems, as well as the grassroots organizations. It's our job to know our communities really well. That's difficult when you have 9, 10 counties, but it was easier before we all had to sit in our rooms with our our laptops. It was easier to get out and about, but everybody's rising to this challenge as best we can, and we know that the isolation that COVID has brought to all of us in some form or another has really contributed to a lot of relapses. Unfortunately, there's no way around that. So I think it's more important than ever that people are aware of what resources are available in their community. So again, please reach out to your regional addiction resource center if you are not in the Finger Lakes. Most of us provide information on local trainings for professionals. We share policy information. Our particular program provides directories for our 9 counties, multiple kinds of directories. I'm actually going to put a link to our website in the chat. If you ever work with people in the Finger Lakes area or Western New York, that would be a good website for you to bookmark real quick. We keep it updated as often as we need to, and there are easy to print or easy to save one-page PDFs for recovery resources, as well as treatment resources, prevention resources. We have a local 12-step guide, all kinds of fun directories that we would love to make sure that as many people see as possible. Like I said, it's our job to know the community. We work with law enforcement, public health, parents, schools, prevention coalitions. I'm fortunate to share a wall with our Prevention Resource Center. And they're also at the NCADDRA, so it's wonderful to be able to work alongside them. We're very fortunate in that respect. So if you have any questions, my email is in the chat. I'll add it again as well. If you need to reach out for me for any reason, please do so. And thanks again to For New York for everything that you've done for all of us today. This has been a remarkable experience. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Erin. We really appreciate it. And I wanted to see if we had anyone from Foundation's Recovery Community Center. If not, I am going to turn it over to Dr. Angelia Smith-Wilson, and we will sign off for today after an amazing day of our community coming together, and yeah, it's just been a really good day. So Angelia.
Thank you. And thank you, Jeff. I as Karen said, you played a huge role in making sure, probably the most critical role today, in making sure that everything ran smoothly. And I swear your Southern hospitality just oozes from you and all around you. And you just made this virtual table environment so inviting. And I really felt like, I was in a hallway, and I felt like, it was just so casual, and I love it. So thank you guys. I mean, you've heard it before. We've come to yet an end of 2021 Stand Up for Recovery Day. And I think we need to give everyone a round of applause, especially you guys, for hanging in there, okay? For submitting videos, for working with Jeff to ensure that the information that you needed to get out to our community, you were able to do that. So thank you so much. We are nothing without our partners. We are nothing without all of you guys. That's what Friends of Recovery, although we're the statewide RCO, we are nothing without you guys in our communities, and we are fighting to ensure that there are more of you that will appear in our community. So I'm at a loss for words at all of the work that is done and that continues to be done. So I just want to say thank you from the bottom of my heart. And I hope that you have enjoyed Stand Up for Recovery Day as much as I have. Next year, you know, we're in that hallway again. I know we will be, and we will be chumming it up. And so thank you so much. Have a great rest of the day. If some of you still have to attend meetings, then do so, and just enjoy your day. Thank you.
Thank
you, Angelia. And I just counted some more meetings that came in, and we're at 83.
83, and then we had, Jeff said probably at one point, if you were to combine all of our folks, maybe over 2,500 or over 2,000 folks, you know, with the virtual, people kind of pop in, pop, I don't know if they pop out, count them twice, I don't know, we're gonna count them twice, but you know, this has just been an amazing success. So thank you guys so much, and thank you, Allison, for giving us the update and being our policy meeting warrior. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Angelia.